Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is debate night, and we'll also be reacting to some content. Let's go.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, so we got a few links in a YouTube description. First link is going to be to join the stream. Everyone is welcome. Today, I'm the can man. Anyone can get it. So if you are a feminist, if you are have some woke ideologies, if you are a white supremacist or black supremacist, if you are a Hebrew Israelite, whoever you are, if you have some opposing views to my worldview, feel free to join the stream. Also, haters are welcome too. I see y'all in the comments and stuff like that every now and then. I do these streams for y'all because anyone can get it. So click the first link in a YouTube description and you'll be able to join the stream. The second link is going to be for the memberships. We got 3 tiers. First tier is Gang. Second tier is Hitman. Third tier is Mob Size. You join any of those streams, you're welcome to the cookout. You locked in with us. And join the membership, man. It's if you support the podcast and you want to continue to watch us grow, click that link and join the membership. The next link is going to be for one-on-one coaching. Go ahead and click that link and sign up for some coaching. I coach men on dating and relationships, women as well. I do couples coaching, and then also media and marketing coaching as well. So click that link if you need some game. I got you. And all the other links is going to be for our social media platforms. So we got the X in there. We got the TikTok, the Facebook, and the 2 Instagram accounts. So go ahead and follow this content on all platforms if you are already not. Before we get started, I want y'all to do something for me. Don't be a ninja watcher, man. Let's get the likes up because it helps this video gets pushed into the algorithm. So do this for me. Like the video, subscribe, and click that bell icon, man. You click the bell icon, you're notified each time I go live. So click the bell icon so you can be notified, man. You won't miss out on any No Fugazee episodes. All right, so as we're waiting for people to come in for debate night, we are going to react to a few clips. So I got a few clips that the supporters sent me, and we're going to get to those right away. So let's get to the first clip that we have in store for you guys. And actually, before we get into the first clip, let me just make sure everything is good on YouTube, Facebook, and okay, yeah, so we are live on YouTube and Facebook. Let me just make sure the stream is good. Okay, audio looks good on the stream. All right. Okay, cool. So let's get to the first video that we are reacting to tonight on this Sunday. Let's see. And we got some good stuff for y'all too. Got some, I seen some of the clips that some of the people sent in, and it looks like some interesting clips. And hope we got some interesting debates for y'all too. If people aren't scared to come on up. All right. So here is the first clip.
What else is non-negotiable for you?
I'm less and less interested in religious men, if I'm being honest with you. I told Paul this the other day. I don't know. But you hit me with the man of God thing. But
you say God a lot on your podcast.
God?
Yeah, you be like, God, oh my God.
Oh my God. No.
Oh my God is different.
Oh my God is different than being
Okay, so right off the bat, this woman, she says that she's not interested in religious men. And this is Joy Taylor. Joy Taylor from, I guess she hosts some other TV show or podcast or something like that. I'm not sure. But she says that she's not interested in religious men. And before we even fully let it play through, let's think about why a woman would say that she's not interested in a religious man, because we have to understand in context, well, what is a religious man? I would say a religious man is a man that has some standards. A religious man is more morally ethical than the average man, I would say. And also the religious man has high standards for their woman. Not only that, if the woman would be in a relationship with a religious man, this would put obligations on the woman. Now, if it's a few things that women run away from, it's accountability, it's obligations. They don't want to be obligated to too much. And expectations. Don't expect too much. You kind of like, you ever talk to a chicken? Let's just let it flow. They don't want anything to be expected. They don't want to be obligated to anything. And you know that they hate taking accountability. So these are some things that the religious man expects from his woman, and he has certain standards for his woman. So let's continue on. This is interesting.
Man of God. If you're leading, I don't know. I've just had some. I've had some negative experiences with people that lead with their religion.
Are you religious?
Not really. No. So I would say I'm a person of faith.
Okay, let's just decode this womanese right here. I had some negative experiences with men that lead with their religion. Negative experiences meaning that you've been with a man. Now, we could just put the Abrahamic faiths in this, Christian, Muslims, and the Jews, right? Those three Abrahamic faiths. If we include those in those religious beliefs in there, and those men actually follow those religious beliefs, then they definitely have some standards and some high expectations, and the woman is obligated to adhere to certain standards in that relationship. So she just said, well, I had some experiences with a religious man, but that's what she's doing. So what's happening here, her past relationship experiences are opposing on her current dating choices. This is why she doesn't really want to deal with religious men. And probably those men, I would say, didn't tolerate certain things. Like, oh, okay, you doing this, you doing that? Yeah, I'm not with that. And she would probably deem it as it being controlling and stuff like that, and oppressive and stuff like that. But really, those men just had some standards, and she wasn't with that.
But I'm not. Okay. I was raised in a Baptist church, very, very religious family.
Raised in a Baptist church, and has a religious family, but won't accept a religious man. This would mean to tell me that if you had a religious family, this means that your father was religious. This would tell me that you really didn't adhere to what your father was telling you, and you were disobedient, and you wanted to go against the grain. You were more of a rebellion to your family. So this is, you would cause shame to your family, because think about it. If you were raised in a Baptist church, raised religious, and raised with a religious family, and you go outside of what's the family norm, this is being a rebellion. So already she has the spirit of Eve in her. This is a wicked woman. A woman that most likely doesn't really want to submit to a man and follow a man's lead. This is why she doesn't even like the idea of a religious man.
I don't think that just because you're a Christian that you are, not living a good life. I'm just saying, if that's the first thing that you bring to the table, it's a red flag for me, because I don't
they're hiding behind.
And exactly what I said. So she's saying certain things to cover up the truth, because she's not really speaking specifically about what's wrong. She says that I don't think that if you're not, Christian belief, then you're a bad person. So she's already putting her own moral, ethical view on things, meaning that she doesn't adhere to any religion because she doesn't abide by the moral standards of the Christian belief, which she said that's what her family is from, and that's the church that she went to. So this would further assume that she is just being rebellious. She doesn't want a man that has, any standards, and would put standards on her.
I don't care. Why? What does this matter to me?
Happened with that before. That's what that happened.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
You might have a trigger behind that.
I do.
Sure. Yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
I absolutely. Yeah. I'm acknowledging I'm triggered by this, and it's become a red flag for me. Wow. I'm not saying that if you believe in God that you are a red flag. I also don't give a fuck. So just tell somebody else about it. I think for some men, they think that that's what women are looking for. Like looking for a good Christian man.
Yeah.
And some people are, but just not me. So
but that's my thing about religion too.
Yeah, that's cap. Because if she's saying all of that. And then I bet if I asked her a question, because she wouldn't really understand, I bet if I asked her, what's some things that you look for in a man? She would speak about all of these morals first. She would be like, well, I want a man to be good to me, and I want him to, like, have virtues. She would say all of these morals about the man, probably before she even gives her prerequisites, because women barely give the prerequisites unless you ask them for the prerequisites first. Meaning, what's the prerequisites? Height, income, and like race, right? Like what they're attracted to once they see the guy. Women don't normally say that unless you ask them, because what women do, they're very covertly with their things, and they don't want people to think that they're shallow and that they have a height standard and an income standard and all of these things. So since they don't want you to know what they truly think, they'll say, well, I want him to be a good person and be virtuous and, give to charity and stuff like that. I bet you, chat, if I would have asked her that, she would have spoke about all of these morals, right? But then on the other side of her cheek right now, she's saying, well, that doesn't even matter. I don't care if the man is religious. Well, a man being religious, what means that he is, I'm not saying no, atheists can't have any morals either, but they don't believe in any higher power, so it's not backed by anything. But anyways, what I'm saying here is that she's dismissing all of these morals about the man. So what, you just want a bad guy? You wouldn't even say that you want a bad guy. You would be like, no, I want the guy to be kind to me and stuff like that. But the reality is she's probably a harlot. And she probably is for the streets. And she could be telling the truth here, that she just want a dude to come around and slay her up, knock her down and pass her along. That could be a fact too. She could just be fully for the streets. But I doubt if she would ever confirm to that. Like if I was on this podcast with Paul Pierce and I said that, she would be like, no, I like the guy kind and good. So when women speak, bro, you really just can't even listen to them, generally speaking, because they're just speaking nonsense.
Like man may not like lead with it, but some men needed to pull them out of places. Like when there's nothing else, like I felt like religion pulled me out of some dark places. Mm-hmm. And I believe
religion or faith.
Faith, probably faith,
right?
More so than
because to me those are two different things.
Okay,
believing in God, having spirituality, having a connection with your spiritual side, praying, all of those things I do.
Yeah,
but
same. But religion is different.
To lead with let's go to church on Sunday.
I'm Christian, I'm Catholic, I'm Baptist, whatever it is. That's like your religion. Versus I'm a man of.
Okay, so one, she's trying to differentiate something, saying that, well, religion or belief or having faith. Well, if you have faith in God, then having faith in God, that means that you wouldn't be doing anything. You wouldn't be living by your own preferences. You would have some moral ethics behind you because you have faith, right? So you would have some obedience to your faith. You would be disciplined in a sense, meaning that you would have some standards. You would have some morals that ground you. So what she's doing right here, this still doesn't escape the fact that she doesn't want this religious man because he has standards. That's what I truly think it is. And I wish, one of the people on the panel would have said that. Like, what is it about a religious man? Is it about his standards? Is it about, is he going to church all the time and stuff like that? That could be a little bit different. Like if she met a man that's fully religious and he's going to church and all of this, okay, maybe that's something new to her. But what does that tell you? That means that he's disciplined, right? That's someone that you can rely on. Someone that's disciplined, they show characteristic traits of someone that I can rely on. What is someone that I can rely on? Someone that can provide me security, which all women generally want. So, yeah, man, she's capping right now, or she's just delusional.
Faith, because I pray, I believe in a higher power.
But also for me,
to my
I feel like a lot of people a lot of men that are extremely religious think that if we get together, that I'm going to start doing that. And I'm not.
Okay, that makes sense. So she said that, think about it, that chat, that goes with everything I just said in the beginning. She said that, well, I think that, most of these religious men, they think that when we start dating and stuff, I'm going to follow their lead and start and get on their program and be submissive to them. Well, guess what? I don't want to be submissive to you. I want to be a rebellion. I rebelled from my family and they were religious. I rebelled from my father and he gave me standards. I didn't abide by my father's standards and guidelines. What makes you think that I'm going to abide by yours? This is what you call a feminist. She is living by her own preferences. She really doesn't have any moral standards, and she's just full of crap. This woman is only good for recreational use only. Recreational use only. And I know y'all like the double camera. Hey, yeah, man, I got the other camera in the building. Yeah, y'all like that. Okay, cool. So that was that clip. Let's go ahead and get into another clip. What we got for y'all? Let's see.
Of a man that keeps it cute and keeps it on mute.
Yeah, please shut the up.
Yeah.
I'm not going
to. It's been a balance.
I was just about to say, it's nice when it's a balance. And I think this is a known analogy. There's a rock and there's a star. I'm the star. I want to be the star. And I want my man to be the rock, the unmovable rock that just allows me to flourish and be the star that I am.
Right.
That's it. You can have a voice and an opinion, but to me, it's just have a balance. Let a lady be a lady.
Right. No.
And let me yap
if
I'm a
agree.
yapper.
I 100% agree.
These chicks is for the streets. 2 clips. Whoever sent me these clips, god dang, what is the world coming to? Both of these women are delusional. I want to be the star. I want to be the one that shines. The man needs to be the rock. And their analogy of the rock is a guy that stays quiet and does not talk, right? These are modern day women that think that a man should be silent and they should be the ones that's out there yapping off, right? Traditionally, women are the ones that are quiet, right? So it's funny. They want a traditional man. I'm sure they want a man to protect and provide for them and all of this stuff, right? I would probably bet $100,000 that they would say that they would want a traditional man, right? So let's just assume that they want a traditional man. And we can assume that because they're like, I want him to be the rock, even though their analogy was silent. I'm sure that if they expounded on their point, they would put a lot of other stuff in there too, as far as him being the rock. But anyways, essentially, these women want a traditional man, but they don't want to be traditional themselves. They want to be modern feminists. They want to be out loud and be the star of the show. You take these chicks to a function, they're going to embarrass you. You take these chicks to a family cookout, they're going to embarrass you. They're going to be talking off the mouth, cussing, speaking out of turn, just doing a lot of loud nonsense. And ghetto, too. You can already tell by the chinchilla coat and that stupid fitted hat that she got on and the face that this chick is making, and she keep tapping her nails like this together. Those chicks are ghettoing from the hood. Ratchet ones. Guess what, chat? Recreational use only. All right. On to the next clip. We killing them today. Hey, get the likes up. We are live on Facebook and YouTube right now. Don't be a ninja watcher. All right. Get those likes up for me. We get into the next clip. Also, anyone that's tuning in right now, if you want to go ahead and join debate night, this is debate night mixed with me reacting to some content that the supporters sent me. So click the first link in the YouTube description or click the link that's pinned in the comments. Click that link and I'll bring you right on up and we can debate about anything you want. I'm sure most people that watch my content, you understand my worldview to an extent. And if you don't, you can always come in and maybe ask some questions and we can see if we have some disagreements or some opposing views. and we can get this debate going on. But I welcome all the feminists. I welcome all the woke mind people that believes in LGBTQ and all of this stuff. I welcome all the people that's against the patriarchy. I welcome all the black sensitive people that have the victim mindset. I welcome all of you in here. I welcome all the radical right-wingers too. That's got some hidden racism in them. I welcome all the Hebrew Israelites that has that overtly racism in them. So go ahead and click the stream. Go ahead and click the link, the first link in the YouTube description. I'll bring y'all all up. All right, let's get into the next clip. And while I'm getting into this next clip, update for you guys. So I will be doing a debate tomorrow on Raging Tomatoes, but I will be streaming on my platform as well. Don't have a time for you guys yet, but I do believe the debate tomorrow, it will be with two feminists. It's probably going to be around somewhere between like 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. So tune in for that. I'm going to be debating two feminists on the Raging Tomatoes podcast, but I'm going to be streaming it on No Fugazee. So y'all going to be able to see it and support the channel as well. Then I have an interview as well prior to that tomorrow with a guy that he was on a Jubilee channel. He claims that he used to be a homosexual, but he is no longer a homosexual, and he gave his life to God. And I watched some of his videos, and he said God fully took away the attraction for another man. He was on a Jubilee channel, I believe, maybe twice. Sounds interesting. I always wondered if I know that God is all powerful and God can do anything, but always wanted to speak with someone that, because to me, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm attracted to women. God, can you take that attraction away? That's crazy. I don't know how that can happen. So I'm going to interview him, and it should be a great interview, and ask, many questions, and he's going to give his background and stuff like that. So tomorrow on Monday, got two streams for y'all. First stream is going to be an interview, and then the next stream is going to be me debating two feminists. Then we got the Commission podcast on Friday with me and Marquette. Stay tuned to that. We did the last stream that we did, which was on last week. Well, actually, just this past Thursday. It got a lot of views, and y'all enjoyed that content. So the Commission podcast with myself and Marquette is doing them numbers. So if you haven't already, subscribe to the Commission podcast. Is at the Commission 1. So if you just type in the Commission with the number 1, it'll come right up. You'll see a picture of myself and Marquette, and you'll see that one stream that we did. Subscribe to that YouTube channel. Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and share my screen and get all of you to go ahead and subscribe to that channel before I move on. And do we have anyone in here? Okay, looks like we got some people that's coming in for debate night. Make sure your cameras and your audio is on. All right, let me... Okay, so I'm going to share my screen with you guys real fast, and I want all of you to go ahead and subscribe to the Commission channel. All right, so this is it right here. Let's make that big. Okay, so this is the Commission channel. Currently right now, you can subscribe to it. You see at the Commission 1. It has 862 subscribers, and we just off of one video. So let's get that up to... Let's get that up to 1,500. Let's get that up to 1,500 subscribers on the Commission. So go on over to the Commission. And you know what? Let's go ahead and share this channel in a chat. Make it easier for you guys. Gonna go ahead and share the channel for y'all in the chat. Okay, and let's see, we got nope, that didn't work. Try to share it, but it shared something weird. Just go ahead and subscribe. Y'all be able to find it. I don't know why I didn't copy the link. But anyways, yeah, go ahead and subscribe to that channel. Okay. All right, let me go ahead and X out of this and minimize that. Maximize this. Stop sharing that. All right. Let's get to the next clip for you guys. Support the channel. If you have any questions for me today, send in a super chat. All the supporters in here, go ahead and send in a super chat. It could be $1, $5, anything. I'll go ahead and read your comment out loud. Just subscribe. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. OD4L, just subscribe. Shout out to you. Okay, and let's get into the first clip now. Well, the next clip. I believe it is this one.
About it this way. White people didn't undergo 250 years of slavery and its aftermath. White people didn't suffer through racial segregation. White people didn't have a government that restricted their ability to own property, open a business, or own a bank account to grow generational wealth for their children and their children's children. White people didn't have to go through these things. So if we were just to ignore the fact that black people in America had to go through all of these things that have now systemically disadvantaged them, even today, and we were instead to say, ignore one's race and treat everybody the same, well then all of a sudden black people will continue to be disparaged. Imagine if you were playing a game of Monopoly with your friends, the banker, for whatever reason, really fucking hated you.
Okay, so this is a claim. He's making an argument for DEI.
He only gave you $10, gave everyone else $50, right? Then Mr. Jesus 2.0, man of equality, walks in and he says, well, I understand that you've been disadvantaged. I have the option to now give you an additional $40 to account for the fact that the banker...
Yeah, all of this is illogical. And he's also making a claim for not just DEI, but for reparations. That's the claim in regards to what he's making. So in regards to his claim right off the bat, it's like, okay, this is America. There's many different ethnicities and racial groups and, you know, people in America. Where is this money going to come from is the first question. Taxes. Okay. Who's going to pay this money? Okay. It's going to be all of us that's going to pay the money to give people reparations. Now, at the end of the day, the idea of reparations and saying that we are owed something, I don't think we're owed anything at all as black people. At the end of the day, it's like this. He gave an example. He gave an analogy. Here's another analogy. If you were in a relationship with a woman and in her past relationship, the man occurred a lot of debt, meaning that she was in a lot of debt because of her past relationship, right? Now you meet this woman and she's like, hey, yeah, my ex gave me a lot of debt and, you know, I'm just da-da-da-da. Could you pay off my debt? She's asking you to pay off her debt. Once again, this wasn't your chick back then, and this isn't any debt that you put her through. This is debt that someone else put her through. You get what I'm saying? So if you map that analogy onto reparations, is to say that, well, here's American, all these people that's living today that did not do anything to anyone in the past, right? You are not those people in the past. Those were your ancestors. You weren't enslaved, one. And then these white people And these people that's living in America, they didn't enslave your ancestors. So it's nonsensical to even say that you owe me something. It's like I'm walking up to a white man or walking up to an Indian or walking up to a Mexican and saying that, hey, man, y'all in this country, y'all owe me something. You don't owe me anything. Well, they didn't do anything. Their ancestors didn't even do anything to my ancestors. And they themselves didn't do anything to my ancestors. So at the end of the day, it's dumb. It's logically dumb. Reparations is dumb. DEI is dumb. And once again, I'm a black man. I'm a foundational black American. With the reparations, is like, let's just say if they gave it to all the black people, the majority of, not say majority, but it's a huge population of black culture that needs to do, they need to really, as black culture, we need to really find our purpose and be more rooted in morals and values, because we ran away from our identity and morals and values. It's a degenerate culture that supports degenerate music, and really it's just built off of, music and stuff like that and entertainment. It's not built off, any philosophy. Like where was the last great philosopher, the last great black philosopher that was around? There were some, yeah, but not, that didn't like build and mold the black culture. No, like hip hop built and, molded the black culture as it is today. So it's like, we don't have any morals. We get this money, we're going to spend it on Jordans. We get this money, we're going to spend it on, more degenerate things. Now, it's not to say that other ethnicities wouldn't spend their money on degenerate things too. I'm sure they would, but it's something a little bit different about the black culture because we don't have any nuclear families. So we don't have any fathers in a home to help ground the family and give the family a standard, a moral standard, right? With that being said, I think it's so we're 13% of the population in America, but white people have their fathers in a home. I think it's about 60% of white fathers are in a home. And then when it comes to black culture, it's like under 20% of black fathers are in a home and stuff like that. So our fathers, those numbers could be a little bit off, but I think they're close. Don't quote me on that. But I do think that if we were in a better position and we adhered to a nuclear family and had the fathers in a home that instilled certain morals and guided the family in a right direction, where if we got a check, we're not just going to be spending it frivolously on a bunch of nonsense. We got a check, we would invest it properly and do the right thing with the check. Now, that's a different argument though, right? The other argument on the things that he was saying, my question that I would ask Dean Withers is, where are we going to accumulate this money from? Now, the one thing that I would agree with, and I would say we can do it because we give a lot of money to Israel. We get a lot of money to all of these foreign countries and all of these weird things like Elon Musk, Doge was finding out that we were giving money to countries for LGBTQ and all of these things. So since we're giving money to all of these organizations, we do actually have the money to give to Black Americans, foundational Black Americans. We actually do have it. The thing is, it's dumb to even be thinking about it because it's not going to happen. It ain't never going to happen. They ain't giving us no money. So even to make the argument to be thinking about it, one is dumb. The other thing is, why would you expect someone from today to pay and toward a pool of something they never did at all? So that's just dumb. And then the other thing is that is dumb. It's like, once again, it just ain't going to happen. Okay. We got some people coming in, but I think they went out. All right, let's finish this video up.
I cheated you out of $40 to begin with, but instead I'm just going to continue to treat you the same way I'm going to treat everybody else. Well, then all of a sudden you're still experiencing a disadvantage today. And when we talk about programs or legislation to say target Black Americans or target Indigenous Americans, it aims to serve to fix the consequences of systemic forms of oppression in which have disadvantaged Black Americans or
Yeah, he's just dumb. Now he's speaking more towards DEI as well. DEI, I mean, it's already been exposed that the liberal white woman and CEO white men are the main benefactors of DEI. Black people are the last ones to receive any real benefits of DEI or to really see any changes or different opportunities and outcomes from DEI. We're the last ones to receive that. So he's just talking a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, this is another liberal white man young guy saying anything. I hit him up too for a debate, but he never replied. These guys, they don't really want to debate foundational Black Americans that's conservative. They don't want to debate us because they appeal. What they do is they appeal to the Black culture. So it would be certain things because he's so soft and feminine. It'd be certain things that if he's on a podcast with me, he would think that he couldn't even say. Oh, because he's just a soft white man, bro. A soft white boy. I maybe don't really want to say that because he's a real Black guy but he's not with these things that the other Black culture is that's been fooled by the left radical feminist movement. So, yeah, anyways, see what else he says.
Indigenous Americans historically, which has perpetuated negative consequences that exist today for Black Americans or Indigenous Americans that don't exist for white Americans.
I agree with you. You know, we pushed them back. We held them down for so long. And, you know, whenever we finally was like, all right, you know, you can do whatever you want, they were down so low that it's hard to get up. I understand that. And I understand that we need to pay a low price. But, you know, the question is going to come in, when does it stop?
Oh, man, he literally has the mind of a liberal white woman. And he would claim that, oh, I'm being empathetic. I'm putting myself in a Black person's shoes. No, this is the same type of thinking that went along when they created welfare and stuff like that, where it's like, you know what? We'll go ahead and give women money if they don't have the father in the home. So we'll support these single moms because they're raising a generation. But they didn't understand human nature. They didn't understand that, well, this is actually incentivizing women to not have the father in a home. So they didn't understand human nature, where it's like, well, no, this system can be taken advantage of, and which is the reason why a lot of, you know, the Black community currently right now is, you know, their communities are being raised by single mothers because of welfare and all of this stuff, because it incentivizes the woman to not have the man in the home so she can get that check from the government. So it's like, yeah, man, it sounds good on paper, but in practice it doesn't work. Or even if you just hold it up to the light and you look at it through reality and understand the biological, you know, nature of human beings, it's like, no, this isn't going to work. This system is going to be taken advantage of. And you can't give human beings handouts because human beings are always going to take advantage of handouts, something free. Think about it. When you in a mall and the little Chinese people, they got the little thing set up, and Chinese people and Koreans and Japanese, they're handing out those little samples of food. You get that sample of food, you're like, God dang, this junk good. Sometimes you want to go there and eat, sometimes. But normally when you get that sample of food, you walk around, look at something else, buy something else, come back and get another sample of that food. You don't actually go there and get that food. Generally speaking, people don't do that. I hardly ever see it. I see people take that free sample and walk away. Which means to say that, I say that to say, when you give people free handouts, it doesn't instill any sense of independency in them. They instead rely on the free sample you gave them. And they rely on it and they expect it, which it extracts the motivation from them. It extracts the assertiveness from them. It extracts them being goal-oriented because it's like, oh, I could just be comfortable. Think about it. Human beings always take the easiest path to comfortability. They take the easiest path to success, the easiest path to comfortability. So however they can just get their bills met and have some food in the house and maybe do a little bit of this, maybe do a little bit of that, human beings will settle for the minimum. It's human nature. We'll go ahead and settle for the minimum because human beings are like inherently lazy, especially women, right? So when you give human beings these free handouts, they're less likely to assert themselves, be ambitious, go out there in the workforce and be a good member in society and actually, offer something in the marketplace. But they don't offer anything in the marketplace. They just extract from the marketplace. So it isn't anything that's good. And I mean, data already showed it. History already showed it. All right, let's get into another clip here. All right, so anyone that wants to come in and debate, go ahead and click the first link in the YouTube description or click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. We got Vincent sends in $10. He says, these liberal white simps are so cringe. They don't realize that they are acknowledging a problem, then not doing anything about it. If he's so concerned, I wonder what he's done personally. This is true. So they can acknowledge some little problem, but they don't do anything about it. Like, he's down for reparations. I bet if I met that little young white man and I was like, yo, I'm a foundational Black American. You want to give me what you owe, what you think you owe me? Let me get 10K. He's going to be like, I wouldn't give you he wouldn't give a cent to me. Wouldn't give a cent. So he's just speaking nonsense, bro. They say these things to appeal to liberal women because a guy like him, I'm sure he has a hard time getting chicks. He never was popular. The only time he became popular was reacting to some content and being in a few debates. He was never popular. So he gets all his status from appealing to the liberal ideology, which is sad. Think about you living as a man and the only status and your reputation and your status is built off of an ideology that appeals to liberalism, that is feminine and appeals to the woman's way of thinking. Got no status, you get no chicks, so you got to appeal basically to chicks to get some attention from chicks. That's what it is. All right, let's keep going. All right, we got 2 people in here, but I see no cameras on. This is debate night. And it's also reaction night too. But if you want to debate, when you come in, your camera and your audio has to be on. So the people that's in here currently right now, backstage, turn on your camera. Make sure your camera is on. This camera and that camera. I'm just showing off, bro, because I got 2 cameras set up right now. I got angles for y'all. Man. Support the podcast. Like the podcast. We do it live. All right, let's get on to the next clip. And I mean, if we don't got anyone coming in right now, we're just going to keep banging out these clips. It's cool with me. It is cool with me. Okay, here's the next one. Let's see what we got. All right.
Women get raped, sexually assaulted. 99% of women get raped and sexually assaulted. You do know that, right? And because of men's savagery.
Already off the bat, I don't know what video this is, but off the bat, what? 99% of women get raped? Are you wilding right now? Shorty is wilding. She's saying anything. And the title is, This is Our College Education System. Let's continue on.
Holy crap.
Because of men.
Women
Remember
need to
that.
hide. There's a rape epidemic going on.
Like,
So anyway,
I'm pretty sure if I point to any woman in this room, they could tell me a rape story.
Sure. Maybe their fantasy. Who knows? I don't know.
Their fantasy?
I don't know. A lot of women.
All right, so this is a clip from Myron Gaines from the Fresh and Fit podcast. I'm not sure. It says Uncensored America. So this wasn't on Fresh and Fit podcast. This was on another platform, I guess, that he's doing. Okay, so this is a crazy liberal woman making some weird claims about, rape is prevalent and, 90 plus women are raped. She claims that if you point to any women in the audience, they have a rape story, which she's lying right now. I wish Myron is just clowning her right now, but I wish he would have systematically defeated her points, the points that she made thus far, because it was like a open area of dry air where he could have just, defeated them right away.
Read sex novels like that.
I want you to look at our country today that men have ran and look at how shit it is.
Dang, Shorty got a potty mouth. Stop cussing. Dang, you like 4'11". Why are you cussing and acting all tough and speaking loud and junk like that? Shut up.
We're the strongest superpower in the world. What?
No, we're not.
Yeah, we are.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we are.
Countries are
Facts.
warning their people to stay away from us.
What?
Because of how shitty we are.
Do you realize people try to come here illegally every single day to become Americans and or get to live here?
Facts, Myron. That is facts.
With
You
diminished
do realize-
benefits, even if because they're not documented. Like you do realize. Like I used to
undocumented immigrants.
I used to work in immigration back in the day. I know this intimately. People literally try to sneak here under intense conditions and die a lot of the times while trying to come here. This is the best country in the world.
This is
Again,
not
more
the
privilege
best
that you
country
don't
in the
understand.
world, I'll tell you that much.
I would be like, oh, this is not the best country in the world, so why don't you just get up and leave? Go to another country. Go to another country. Go to another country. No, you don't want to go to another country because you like the country that you live in, but you want to complain about it, right? This is a prime example of a woman that her mind was infiltrated by the woke mind virus and also by feminism. That's two different things, by the way. But essentially, she has this worldview that thinks that women are being oppressed and America is a bad country and no one wants to come to America, and people in other countries talk down on America, which Myron just refuted her argument very fast and said, that's a lie. I worked on the border and stuff like that. And no, I work with Border Patrol, and no, there's people that actually fight and would die to come to this country because it's the land of opportunity. So what she's saying is just a lie. And now to speak about why she's saying this even further, it's because let's just look at this chick real quick. Let's just stop it there so you can look at a woman like this, right? So one, she's entitled. She has this self-entitlement. This is why she's speaking like this. Not only just this self-entitlement, but she feels like she's owed something. She was indoctrinated to the extent where she feels like, well, I got clean water. I can go work at this job. I can work at that job. This is the land of opportunity. I can do whatever I want. I'm so free. I'm very comfortable. But they make up since her mind was infiltrated with trash from the woke mind virus and from feminism, then it corrupted her mind to look at the glass half empty rather than the glass half full. So she sees everything as a negative rather than looking at it as a positive and being grateful that she lives in a first world country with, you are a woman in America with a vagina. You don't even have to work. You don't even have to do no manual labor. You can sell feet pics on Feet Finders if you want. Like, what are you talking about? You're oppressed? She's just making up lies, bro. Not even lies. It's delusion. She's living in a different dimension. And it's like a lower dimension too. It's not a higher dimension. It's like dimension 1. Living in a first dimension, bro. Chick is dumb.
I'm an immigrant.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that proves my point even more.
I didn't come here willingly.
You're here.
Okay.
Like,
I did not.
Sway, I see that you just came in. Put your camera on, Sway, and I'll bring you on up for debate night. Put your camera on. And let me just finish up this clip. Okay, so she said that she's an immigrant. Let's continue on.
I'll come here willingly.
Oh, okay. How'd you come here then?
I came here because they paid me to.
Yeah, send her back, bro. God damn, man. Send her back.
So think about it. Let's just go with everything that she's saying is true. She contradicted what she just said, literally contradicted her entire argument. You got paid to come to America, but America is the worst country? If it was the worst country, you wouldn't have accepted the payment because it's that bad. So it's so funny. And the thing is, Myron chilling right now, I'm sure he could have defeated her arguments very fast, but she's so much of a lunatic and not living in base reality that he's just letting her kill herself. Like, sometimes you could just let women like this just talk themselves in a grave because that's what she did.
Back, man.
You're talking about send her back yet to a person of color?
I guess we're no longer getting the best and the brightest.
Look at what she's identifies with. You're talking about send her back, but you're a person of color? Think about the mind, right? She appeals to this identity that she isn't even a part of because she's an immigrant, right? But then she says these words like, well, how are you going to say this, send her back to her country when you're a person of color? Just because the person of color does not mean this color attaches with values. No, you've been lied to, and you thought that just because a man that is black, the color black, that he should have some liberal values and some liberal thinking, and he should think like you think, and that we're all oppressed and a white man owes us something. No, right? It doesn't operate like that over here with logical mind people, right? So we judge people by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin, like Martin Luther King said. But for her mind, she attaches color to everything. Color supersedes all.
What the hell? This is why I'm so big on,
talking about send me back, but you a person of color?
This is why I'm so big on, we need to go harder with immigration.
I'm sorry, are you not black?
I don't know. It depends on the day. Some days people call me black. Some days people call me Arab. I don't know what it is, man. So
y'all looking at the same motherfucker I am?
Bro, she cuss so much and she's ratchet. You can tell this woman is void of a father. She had no masculinity figure around at all. She doesn't even understand the patriarchy, that her system of belief, which is feminism and the woke mind virus, has to appeal to the patriarchy so she can live in this comfortable life that she lives, right? So one, she doesn't understand patriarchy, and she doesn't respect the patriarchy because she doesn't understand it. She doesn't have a father in her life, and she can't respect. So since she doesn't have a father in her life, she can't respect a male with an opinion. She can't respect a male that has any type of perspective that's different than hers. If it is different, it's like, wait, what? What are you saying? Oh my gosh, you're a lunatic. This is why she's flipping out like this and talking to the crowd and thinking that the crowd is on her side. I'm sure the crowd there is definitely against the nonsense that she's saying.
He's black, right?
Oh, man.
He a person of color, right? He a person of color, right? Shut the fuck up. I ain't talking to your ass.
I get more gray hairs talking to women than dealing with cartel members.
I hate to break it to you.
Okay, so what's your last point? Because there's a bunch of people.
Yeah, Myron just let her dig herself a grave right here. He ain't really do too He ain't even say nothing really.
Behind you, but
my point is,
yeah,
you're a pussy.
Okay, great one.
Yeah, just ad hominems and stuff like that. Didn't say anything. Just wanted to go up there and insult him, which is very low IQ behavior. All right, we got some people up here for debate night. Zion Ben, turn on your camera, and I'll bring you on up. We got Sway. I'm going to bring him on up. See, the camera is on, but Zion, turn on your camera and make sure your audio is on too. Let's go ahead and stop sharing this, and let's get the debate night going. Hopefully, we got some good debates. Let's go.
Let's get ready to rumble! Yo,
Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. State your name and where you're from.
Davion, I'm from Florida.
Florida, okay. And what are you here to debate about?
So I noticed that your title mentioned woke leftism, and you seem to have a very high idea of conservatism, and it made me curious. And I'm not a leftist or anything like that.
Cool.
I look at intersexual dynamics from a practical perspective. So I would just like to start by asking, do you believe that for men, modern conservatism is more practical than liberalism in this deregulated sexual marketplace?
Yeah, what do you mean by modern day conservatism? What's your definition?
Well, I think modern day conservatism is essentially just liberalism with a nostalgic aesthetic, because I believe that fundamentally what conservatism is male leverage, a male leverage based intersexual dynamic. And if you look at how things are nowadays, marriage in 1969, we introduced no fault divorces, and that allowed women to just leave the union or whatever. And damn, I'm freezing up. Hold up.
You good, Ben? You fine? Take your time, brother.
Yeah.
Just what I'm looking for you from. So you want me to? Your question was basically modern day conservatism. Is it different than my question to you? Basically, what's the difference between modern day? What's your definition of modern day conservatism? Your question to me was, do I appeal to modern day conservatism or liberalism? Right.
I'm saying, do you think that modern day conservatism is more practical for men than liberalism?
Liberalism. And currently, you just said that liberalism and modern day conservatism, in your definitions, are basically the same, right?
Yeah, but
cool.
Conceptually, is seen as a different thing, but I don't believe it actually is. So
okay, you don't believe that it. Okay, you don't believe that it is. I mean, I could say that in regards to your definition of modern day conservatism, it's basically appealing to practices that is liberalism. Do I have that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you could go ahead and extrapolate that. I'll go ahead.
So yeah, even outside of marriage being different, marriage being fundamentally different, communal shame, that's another core aspect of real conservatism. What made conservatism back in the day, there was a high standard on female modesty, and that standard isn't in place anymore. We had the sexual revolution, which made it okay for females to go out and do whatever they want to, and it's very different. Conservatism, a lot of the leverage that was behind real conservatism is gone with feminism. So I would say that I understand what you're saying now. I would say that currently right now, modern day conservatism, you still have a lot of people that claim that they're conservative, but their actions don't fully align with the claims that they're making of what traditional conservatism is, right? They are, okay with women having OnlyFans. They are okay with, no pushback with women voting, no pushback with, all of the current laws that backs up marriage and incentivizes the woman to divorce a man in a marriage and stuff like that. So there's not any action or any pushback on the modern day conservatism. I get what you're saying. So, I would say that in that instance, on the similarities of modern day conservatism and liberalism, it's similar from your definition. Yeah. Though, pretty much what my point is.
So I would say that I appeal to more of, I would say that men and women should adhere to traditional conservatism.
Okay, so not modern.
That would be a net positive for dating and relationships currently right now, since I think that's what you're appealing to as far as male and female intersexual dynamics.
Yeah. Though my point on modern conservatism, right, is how you just said, we don't have any institutions in place to support conservatism.
Yeah.
How I see it is, it's sort of like a trap for most men, because it doesn't offer any real tools to enforce its values. It doesn't offer institutionalized leverage. It expects men to take full responsibility, be the providers, commit long-term, lead the household, be modest, but it gives them zero authority or security in return. Females can just leave and destroy the conservative structure. Whereas in the past, it wasn't that easy, and that's why it was an appealing structure.
Agreed. Yeah, there's an obligation on men, but there's not an obligation on women. The obligation on men is to be protectors and providers in a relationship, which even the most feminine women, the most feminist women still want a man to protect and provide to a degree, even if they lie on a podcast and say, no, I want 50-50. That's just a lie. And then not only just in the relationship though, but I would say that, yeah, they appeal to the more of the matriarchy mindset and not the patriarchy, where, you know, it's like this, man. I would say I agree with your stance on that. But even before I get even to that further and break things down on, you know, there's an obligation for a man and not an obligation for a woman, because I could break that down easy. Is there like a specific question or a topic that you wanted to debate about? Because I'm trying to make things concise for debate night instead of us just going on monologues.
Well, I was just listening to your video. I saw the title. The title talked about woke leftism.
Okay, got you.
That was the point.
So you just wanted to see where I stand.
Yeah, that was part of it. And
okay.
And yeah, just some of the things that I heard from the video. You know, it gave me, you know, I had this assumption that you believed in modern conservatism. Though,
and what would give you that assumption? From your definition of modern conservatism.
It was something exactly that you said. I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
Well, while you're remembering that, I'll just go over the obligation. So once again, men have an obligation to protect and provide. And not only that, our obligation is not just to protect and provide in a relationship, but it's to protect the country. Like there's a draft selective service that we have to appeal to in order to vote, to get a license and stuff like that. And women do not have to appeal and sign up for a selective service at all. So they have no obligation to protect the country. They also don't have an obligation to even bear the next generation. They can go ahead and abort their children. They can take Plan Bs. We have all of these contraceptives for women so they can escape their obligations. And I would say that one of the woman's obligation that is opposite from the man would be being a wife and bearing children. And they don't barely even want to do that. And if they do that and they get pregnant, they abort. Over 1 million abortions per year. So yeah, they don't adhere to their duty at all because they're not obligated. And we have a system that does not put any obligations on the woman. They put all the obligations on the man. And this is why there's a lot of simps out here too. Simp culture is crazy right now. And simp culture, these men actually think that it's normal. Like, well, yeah, I'll go ahead and pay for the bills and take care of a woman, and I'll go ahead and do these things. Do you expect her to have any role? No, she doesn't have to have any role. I don't believe in gender roles, but I believe that I should have a role. So these niggas don't believe in gender roles, but they're going to adhere to their role, but wouldn't expect the woman to adhere to their feminine role. So it's nonsensical, but go ahead.
But I think a large part of that comes down to human nature. Like, have you ever heard about Briffel's Law? Yeah. So pretty much is the idea that, you know, in the animal kingdom, in structures where females bear the greater reproductive burden, you know, they set the mating selection on the men, not vice versa. You know, unless we're talking about a vast minority of the animal kingdom, like fishes, insects, and stuff like that, majority of the animal kingdom, especially mammals, follow a rule where females put the reproductive selection on men, not vice versa. So a large part of it is that male standards, they don't actually exist. It's just a social construct. And this can be proven that it's a social construct. Because before recent years, like if we look way further back in time, like 4,000 to 8,000 years ago, the reproductive rate was like around one male reproduced for every 17 females who reproduced. Before that, 10 to 4,000 BC or something like that, it was 5 to 10 females for every one male. You know, females, they haven't really aligned with this conservative or traditional system until institutions were put into place that forced it on them.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So you're saying that this is natural. It's a natural occurrence. This is something that would have happened anyway because it's rooted in nature. That's what you're saying. And since it's rooted in nature, we needed some systems to go ahead and put it in place. This is why men having male standards are a social construct.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you believe. So I would disagree with that.
What part?
And here's the disagreement. So when we say that male standards are a social construct, well, that isn't true. Because if you leave things to nature, the woman wouldn't have a choice in reproduction because the man is physically stronger, right? He's physically stronger, so he can take from the woman. The only thing that can stop the man from taking from the woman is another man.
Yeah.
So if we put it down to nature, it would be no, men's standards would be whatever they want it to be if we bring it down to nature. But when we had things more organized and socialized and stuff like that, then we have men protecting women from other men and men protecting men from the bad guys, from other men as well. So it can seem like it's a social construct when it comes to men having standards. I would say that if we strip it down to its pure form and you were on an island and a woman was on an island, she would have to adhere to your standard.
Yeah.
So that's not a social construct, meaning that the man standards aren't a social construct. The man is the standard. Make sense? So that's the thing. The thing is, this is a skill of, if you watch my podcast, it's some game you can pick up. It's a skill when anytime you're thinking about things, and because you're a logical man, and I see that how old are you?
19.
19, you're young, man. So here's some games to you, man, because it's not a debate. But here's a skill that I learned, and I didn't learn it when I was 19. I learned it when I was like 26. But manipulation happens when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the root, the cause of things, right? So you can think sometimes that, this is a social construct, or, this is that and that is this. But when you really keep peeling back the layers and get to the root of things, no, the male standard is the only standard. The only way a female can have any standard is if another man protected that woman so she can have a standard.
Yeah.
You get it? So this is the only way a female can have a standard is from another man anyway. Even if that other man would say agrees with that standard, whatever, she would still need that man to enforce her standard because they're not strong enough to enforce it themselves.
So would you say that I can't say grape was
grape? Yep.
In early human history?
You cut out. Say that one more time. Grape was what?
Like a normal paradigm. Like it was the rule in early human history.
Well, before we were civilized is not to say that men aren't compassionate. I actually truly think that men are more compassionate than women because I'm sure there were civilizations where grape was like natural. It wasn't even considered grape. It was considered like, oh, you're alone with a man? I don't have any choice. Like the way we think about it is like, will be much different the way they thought about it 4,000 years ago. The chick is around a man. She's like, well, this is going to happen. I'm going to be pregnant by this man. I don't have any choice. So
an analogy, like where I'd have control, like let's say I was on an island with just me and a female, but in human history, we were tribalistic creatures because we aren't strong enough, face the forces of the wild individually. So we typically found ourselves in a tribe of a multitude of men and females. So,
the strongest men set the standard.
Well, I mean,
it's always going to be like that. So even if it's a tribe of stuff, right? Let's just say men, because we're speaking about gender right now, right? Mm-hmm. So you say your claim was the male standard is a social construct.
Yeah.
My claim to refute your claim is no, the man's standard is the only standard, meaning that the man, to have a standard and someone to adhere to the standard, it needs to be enforced. Women can't enforce their own standard, so they have to appeal to a man. But men can independently enforce their standard. So even if you have a community and there's an island, like you said, the example I gave, but it's a community, it's a lot of men and it's a lot of women, then the standard would just be upheld by the strongest men.
Yeah, I mean,
you get it. Does that make sense?
But yeah, would you suggest that standard is great? That would be upheld.
Would I say that? No, I don't think that is morally good.
Like, we can look into early.
Yeah, I don't think we're speaking about how things like we're not speaking about how things should be. It's more like how things like are natural in nature.
I'm just curious if that's actually how things are.
Okay, well, let's expound on your point. Then ask another question if you're curious.
Ask another question.
Because you said you're curious on, I guess my example didn't sway you. So ask another question, and maybe I can I can help out.
Another question.
Yeah. In regards to that, do you have like another or a point of a point of contention in what I said?
I'm just a little like puzzled on, like, because you made a claim or whatever, essentially that in these times that the leading male or whatever the alpha male, he set the standards on reproduction and
just men, period. It isn't about the alpha, it's men. So a collective of men sets the standards.
Yeah.
Like if you even look at slavery, like black people being enslaved, if you look at anything, it appeals to men setting the standard and the strongest males. Nothing to do with women. Women don't set a standard on anything. Now, what they can do is they can influence creates thinking, thinking creates behavior. So how it is today, we can say women they use a power of influence to influence a male with their ideologies and ideals and stuff like that. They can influence a man. That happens. A man can be influenced by his mother and take on some more feminine ideas if he then influences some more men and they appeal to this ideology, then they can go ahead and enforce something that can appeal to the woman's benefit or way of thinking. That stuff like that happens. That's how the feminist movement came about. Like the feminist movement would not, in order for feminism to go on and to have any type of like say in a game, it had to be backed by men, meaning that men had to get on program with this type of way of thinking.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's how it is in everything though.
Conservatism would be brought back if, enough men bandaged together and they decided, we're going to end no-fault divorces. We're going to bring back communal shame. We're going to add physical repercussions to, failed monogamy or whatever.
But it would have to be men that all shared those conservative values.
Yeah. But
now the reason why feminism ran on so long is because there was men that shared feminist type of values and they enforced it. So the things that are enforced are always backed by men, never backed by women. Women can only influence a man to like take on some ideology to then enforce it, but women can't enforce it themselves. So feminism and stuff like that, and even the conversation that we're having about grape and stuff like this is like, or the man's standard being a social construct, that's just untrue. Like the man is the standard.
Well,
whether if he was influenced by a chick or influenced by another man, men enforce things, so males are the standard. Love your daddy, nigga. That's what Jesus is your father, nigga. That's what it's like. Come on, males are the standard. If it was the case, it would have been think about even religious texts and stuff like that. Everything was a patriarchy.
Yeah,
in the Abrahamic faiths.
Like underlying.
They would have had some chick out there doing things. But no, even so, thousands of years ago, it still adhered to the man standard, which is the patriarchy.
So I agree that the underlying thing that controls really everything is male enforcement. But a lot of the times we don't see male enforcement, and all we have to go off of is how society operates in its current iteration. Like that's speaking on the wood. I'm talking about like, what anthropology actually shows, like what the social dynamics were of that society. It could have been different if males enforced it differently, but a lot of the times it wasn't. And pretty much what I'm saying is conservatism in the current state that it's in right now, where it doesn't have any male leverage and men aren't using their power of enforcement to, bring back real conservatism. Like, I'm not a liberal.
The betas are in charge, bro. That's why.
I'm not a liberal.
I know. Like, think about this real quick. I know what you're saying. Let's get to the reason why. I agree with you on the whole modern day conservatism, your definition, and the liberalism, right? I agree that, the modern day conservatism, kind of appeals to liberalism. The reason why, bro, think about Bill Gates. You're 19. So you were maybe too young, but I know when I was your age, Bill Gates was everything. He was like Superman. Elon Musk freaked that nigga. Like, Bill Gates was the guy. Now, once again, when I was 19, I was more liberal mind thinking and stuff like that. I was more, always had conservative values and stuff like that. But yeah, I was part of the left. You know what I mean? I was part of the black people that had the victim mindset and was like, oh, racism is priority. So I think that white people are racist, so I'm never going to vote conservative. I had that mindset. But when you same here. Okay. So when you have that mindset, there's figures like Bill Gates that push propaganda. Like, he literally, I remember he would go on TV, it'd be commercials like, the world is overpopulated and we need to do things to decrease the population. We need to have vaccines to decrease the population. It was all of these things about, and I always felt like, dang, the world is overpopulated. This nigga lied to the world, which then I believed it at a certain point too, before I was like, in my right logical mind to get out of it, right? So I say that to say, there's always gonna be some beta males, like Bill Gates, men that take on the woman's way of thinking that has power to enforce things. Right? So it's either going to be, it's two ways, masculinity and femininity, right? You know what the masculine essence is. It's more conservative. You know where the feminine essence is. It's more liberal leaning and more leftist type, right? That's how it kind of is if we just sum it up. Now, men and women can take on both ideologies, either or ideologies. So they can lean a little bit more left or lean a little bit more right. But any ideals that's going to be enforced is based off of where males lie. So how many men are leaning in towards certain left-leaning liberal ideologies, then those laws and regulations and guidelines and stuff is going to be enforced.
Yeah.
If there's more men start leaning into conservative type ideologies and stuff, then those laws and guidelines and regulations are going to be enforced. That's all it is. But women themselves, they can only like complain. I don't like this. I don't like that. I ain't giving you no pussy tonight, nigga, if you don't do this. Like, they can only like complain. They can't enforce anything.
Okay. So pretty much how I see that is, I agree with pretty much everything you just said. I think the issue is not a lot of men talk about conservatism from the perspective of what real conservatism actually is. They talk about a system that doesn't actually invest in the male, where the male has no leverage. The man has nothing to gain out of it. He has to provide everything to the female or whatever. He has to provide everything to a union and he gets nothing in return. And it's not really a reliable, consistent institution for men. So a lot of men, they see that and, they don't think much of it or whatever. If more men were out here actually pushing like, in no fault divorces, bring back male leverage to our institutions and stuff like that, then it would be.
Yeah, here on this podcast in No Fugazee, I do. And there's other people in this space that push back, but there's just not a lot of us. You're 19, so I see you watch you on YouTube, you watching, you soaking information, you trying to get smarter, you trying to get more understanding. And you'll see that we're out here. We're out here, but there's not many of us. But I'll say this. I get a lot of people that DM me. A-list celebrities. They agree with my message. Like, bro, you be spitting. I agree with this. I agree with that. These people be on commercials. These people be on news broads. They be on Fox News, CNN. They be on the biggest news stations, but they don't speak the truth that I speak.
Yeah.
Meaning that they don't have the courage. They don't have the balls to tell it like it is. So not only do you need men that agrees with conservatism and these type of ideals, but you need men with balls. I stopped working at my 9 to 5 and I started doing this podcast and got into some other businesses. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to take a risk and forget working for the other man. I'm going to work for the brother man. So you got to take some risk. Got to have some balls. Hold your nuts. Right. But listen, man, I like the conversation. I see that you are on a path to truth. And I would say watch this clip back and maybe listen to the part where I say manipulation happens when you focus on the effects instead of going to the root, because you can manipulate yourself or manipulate other people if you stick with effects. So you always want to check your mental and say, sometimes you may think this is the cause, but it's like, maybe it's not the cause. Let me think further into it and keep thinking until like you get to that root. And normally you get to the root, it appeals to some type of biology.
Yeah.
Or it appeals to, biology or some, theology and stuff like that. But anyways, man, good conversation. Any other questions before I let you go?
No, that's it. It was dope talking to you.
Dope talking to you. Dope talking to you as well, young man. Have a blessed one.
Too.
All right. Let's go ahead and, okay, we got some more people coming up. Sam, go ahead and turn on your camera. Actually, I see your camera on, Sam. Turn your light on. It's very dark. And then we got Zion. I see you in here. You're coming up right now. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. State your name, where you're from.
Yeah, good night. My name is Zion Ben Yasharal. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I've been watching you for a while, bro. I just, taking in some of the things that you have to say, basically. I just wanted to ask first, what is the patriarchy to you?
Okay, are you here to debate or no?
Yes, basically.
Okay, you are here to debate. All right, and what are you here to debate about?
So basically, I wanted to know what is basically the patriarchy to you, and are you included in the patriarchy? So that just to build a stance, basically.
Okay, that's not you're asking me a question. The question is, what is a patriarchy to me? Okay, I got you. Just listen real quick. Yep, just follow. Because it's debate night. So you're asking a question. I can answer the question in 2 seconds, but I want to know exactly what do you want to debate about. You said I want to debate about these two questions on my opinions, but where is your stance at? In order for it to be a debate, you watch my content. I don't know your mind. So what is your stance? Do you believe in a patriarchy?
I do believe in the patriarchy, but I don't believe that the black man is included in the patriarchy. Okay.
So that's the debate.
So because I hear you speak on it a lot of the times. You speak about the patriarchy, but really, with all due respect, I don't believe that you are part of that patriarchy.
Okay, so I'll give you my definition of the patriarchy then. Let's start there.
You also address the woman, and you're holding them accountable. You keep holding them accountable, and which is true and which is all fine. You are supposed to hold the woman accountable.
Yep.
But as well, you have to hold accountable the men that have given the woman liberty to do such things and to behave in such a manner in modern society.
Correct. I agree with that part. All right, so let's get there's an echo when I speak, so every time I speak, I'm going to mute you. But when you speak, I'm going to unmute you because there's like this feedback that's coming back from your end when I speak. So let's get to my definition of feminism. My definition of the patriarchy. My definition of the patriarchy is men in power and in leadership roles. Men, not black men, not white men, not Puerto Ricans, not Dominicans. Just men, right? That's the patriarchy. So you said that you don't believe that black men are in the patriarchy. Now, let me ask you a question. Why don't you believe that black men are in the patriarchy? And the other question is, if black people aren't in the patriarchy, do we benefit from the white man's patriarchy? Answer those two questions for me.
No, I do not believe that the black man is a part of the patriarchy, nor do we benefit from the white man's patriarchy, because throughout the course of history, you see that the black man has not had a say in a lot of the decision makings when it comes to government, so on and so forth. I hope that everyone is understanding me because I have a slight accent, but
you have an accent, but that's fine. So, well, that part is untrue. The part that you said that black people, there's not anywhere in history that they were in power, that's false. You know that that's false, right? You can say, and maybe you can say in modern day, like in the last 300 to 400 years, you can say that. But there's more history than just 300 to 400 years.
I'm talking based on the United States. I'm not talking in ancient
civilization. Well, you're not even from the United States, so I wanted to know what exactly you were speaking about.
Okay, so you're speaking about the United States. Got it.
You're speaking about the United States. Makes sense. Okay. Go ahead. You could continue on.
Yes. Right, so there is an illusion of power that is given to the black man, especially within the United States of America. A lot of people believe that the situation in the United States and within the Caribbean islands are not the same. Yes, they are the same, but to a smaller degree, because we have that same patriarchy within our system, but we as so-called blacks are not involved in the true decision-making process, but the oligarchs or the elites, as you guys would refer to them as, they are the ones that makes these decisions. They are the ones that own the media and influence all the women that podcasts like yours chastise today. So while you do your job at concentrating on the problem of the black woman or women in general, I find that often at times you don't zone into the root of the problem, because as you said, men are the decision makers, and they are the ones that set standards in society. The woman would not be allowed to do such things if men did hold such a standard in the society. So this is what we have to understand. My problem with you is that you go after the black woman and you bring these things to light, but you're not bringing to light the so-called patriarchy that you support and their faults and where their downfalls are.
Okay, so you probably don't watch too much of my content. This is why you're saying this. You're saying that I go after, black women. I have all types of women on my podcast, and I speak about all women. I don't really put a color on women so much. I speak about them all. You get what I'm saying? But I always go to the root of things. So that is untrue. You don't watch my content. I always speak about men are the reason. I just had a conversation with the young brother that was on. I don't know if you were listening to it, but I said that the standard that is set is the male standard. But the standard that is set currently in modernity is a male standard, but it's a beta male standard. It's men that appeal to the woman's way of thinking and the woman's way of living, right? So it's a very feminine way of it's a very feminine worldview that men enforce currently right now. So, you know, and they do it for reasons for money. So why didn't we ban pornography yet? Men are the ones that are, you know, producing and directing the content and, you know, backing these OnlyFans chicks, you know, managing these OnlyFans chicks. That's men. Women are choosing to do it, but it's men that's doing it. But we have a system that allows it to happen. Why is like prostitution legal in, I think it's legal in like New York, and if not New York, then maybe it's not legal in New York, but maybe legal in, or some forms of it is legal in Las Vegas. So it's like we have all of these, you know, systems in place that protect women for them, that allows women and protects them when they're sexually liberated. And we know that when women are sexually liberated, it degrades and decays the society, because men are lackadaisical watching porn, and women are less submissive, and men are the ones that allow the woman in the workforce. And so women are working and they're not in the home, and they think that they're independent and they don't want to, you know, build a family and have a nuclear family and stuff like that. So men are the ones. I just had a conversation with a young guy that's 19 years old. I don't know if you were listening to it, but yeah, men are the ones that allow these things, but it's the weak males. It's the beta mind. It's the beta men with the beta minds. So, homie I'm not sure what happened. Homie just went out. Okay, but anyway, he was in another country, so maybe his stream just cut off, chat. Not really sure what happened. But I mean, that was a gentleman. He had some questions, and well, he had a point of view where he really didn't just watch my content. It wasn't a debate. It was more of me just, you know, stating my points on certain things. I mean, if he comes back in, I'll just be more direct, less explaining, and say, here's my stance on this. Do you disagree? If you don't disagree, then just move on. Okay, I think he did just come back in. And Universal Man, you up next. Okay, you back, brother. You good? You had a connection issue? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think he can hear me.
All right.
All right, so let's bring up this other brother here real quick. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and where you're from.
Yeah, I'm Universal Man. I'm from the Caribbean.
Okay. Another man from the Caribbean. All right. What are you here to debate about?
Not so much a debate, but just to more to clarify, because I was going to disagree with you strongly when you said that men set the standard. But then you kind of clarified yourselves, but when you said that men set the standards, but it's beta male men who set the standards.
Yeah, it's always going to be men.
Okay. Firstly, in your opinion, what are the institutions that you believe that are involved in the setting of the standard? Because, of course, in times gone by, it would have been men by brute force who would have been setting the standard. So obviously that's not the institution today by which standards are set. So in your opinion, before we get to men setting the standard, what institutions do you believe set the standards today?
And let's talk about what standards are you referring to? So we can speak specifically about speaking about systems.
Standards for pro-social behavior and standards in terms of style and dress.
Social behavior, style, dress. Okay.
Well, standards across the board. Standards basically by which people identify themselves with and by. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to speak specifically about a system like the like marriage, for example, how marriage, the laws under marriage and stuff like that. That's like a system that we have like rules and guidelines from that, you know, us in America need to adhere by. But okay, if you're just speaking about like the social stuff, the social norms and what's socially accepted in society, that's different. So the things that's going to be socially accepted in society is still going to be enforced by men. Still going to be enforced by men. I'll tell you why. So you can have, currently right now, you can have a lot of women that they can say, oh, well, yeah, this should be socially acceptable. I'll go ahead and accept this. Well, the only reason why women can be out socially and be on social media is because men allow it. These chicks don't even have to be outside. They don't have to be on social media at all, spewing their opinions about stuff. That's only a thing because men allow it. So let's get to the root of it. The reason why chicks can talk, right? If me and you was in a room, depending on who's stronger, we can shut one person is going to be shut up by brute force. Make sense?
Sure.
So
Yeah, sure.
I don't want you to speak anymore. I'm going to knock your teeth out. You're not going to speak anymore, right? So I can literally force you to not speak. The reason why women can speak is because men allow them to. So if we get to the root of things, I was going to play with you a little bit, but now I'm going to just defeat the whole point of the argument and get right to the root. We get to the root. The only reason why women have an opinion that they can share and express themselves is because men allow them to. And it's the beta males, or let's just say some of them are not even beta. I think in a society that women should have a place in society and should have a place of an opinion and supportive roles. Not in leadership roles, though.
But could I push back on that just a little bit?
Sure.
Because in the Caribbean, in the University of the West Indies, there is about 70-30% disparity between male entrants and female entrants, right? So more women are accessing higher education, and as a consequence, more women are entering into positions of authority. Do you think that that would allow them to influence institutions that set standards so that instead of just being mere influencers, as you would have been saying previously, would they put them, but would that put the women beyond just the threshold of mere influencer and into a primary mover of what society accepts as
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I had this conversation with the young guy, the 19-year-old, right? So there's different ways of influence. You got physical influence, right? And then you have social influence, right? So women currently, they are, even in America, they are seeking out, higher education, and they're enrolling in a college more, I guess, than men currently right now. In some ways we can say that the probability is much higher that, they'll be the CEOs in the next 20 to 40 years, right? It seems that way, but I mean, currently right now, women are only 10% of Fortune 500 companies, CEOs. There are only 10% of women that are CEOs in Fortune 500 companies in America. So the stat is still low, but it was much lower than that, let's say 20 years ago, right? So we can it seems to be increasing where you're from and even in America. So in one sense, you can say, yeah, women can have some social influence if they are in positions of power and leadership, then they can go ahead and set a standard that they're going to go ahead and set a standard. But the standard, men would still have to agree and enforce the standard. There's not any standard that's going to be enforced if it's not by males.
No,
even if it's males that agree with women and they're beta and they think oh yeah, they're male feminists, and they're like, oh yeah, I agree with what you say. You should be in the workforce, and women should be doing this, and women should be doing that, and women should have a place, and all of these things. Even if it's the liberal type of men, it's still going to be men. It's never the only power that women have is complaining. If they work up the ladder, they still can just collectively. Let's say collectively, if all women became CEOs and they set this standard and this guideline, men would still have to appeal to men to enforce their standard.
Okay, because the question that I was...
Time out. The difference is, let's just refute the argument overall. Let's get to the point. The difference is, men, right? We don't need to appeal to women to enforce any standard, but they need to appeal to us to enforce any type of ideologies and values that they want to push forward. That's the difference.
do you agree that standards are set by those who control the organs of power?
Do I agree that standards are controlled
Set.
by those are
That
set
standards
by
are set by those who control the institutions of power?
They can be set by some women. Like I just said, they can be set by women. They can be set by, I'm granting it to you. This is what I'm doing real quick so you understand. I'm granting your argument to you and letting you know that yes, women can influence men to enforce their agenda for them. Yes, they can. They can reach higher education. They can become CEOs of companies, right? They would still have to appeal to men to enforce their standard. The difference is on the man's end, we do not have to appeal for women to enforce it. So yes, women can set the standard, but they need men to enforce the standard because they can say, yes, well, here's the standard. Here's what we're doing now. And if
I'm listening. Oh, froze.
Yo. Okay. Chat, can y'all hear me? We had some technical difficulties, not really sure what happened. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me now. Put a 2 in the chat if you can't hear me. So 1 in the chat if you can hear me, 2 in the chat if you can't. One in the chat if you can hear me, 2 in the chat if you can. Chat, can y'all hear me? We had some technical difficulties, not really sure what happened. Okay, looks like we're good. All right, y'all can hear me. All right, let's see here. Okay. All right, let's bring them back up. And then I got Jay, I think he's in here, gonna bring you up in a second. Give me like a few minutes with this guy, and then I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up. All right, we had some technical difficulties there.
Yeah,
But,
I understand. All right, well, my final...
When did the audio cut out? Did you actually hear what I said?
Yes, I heard what you said, and I would like to ask my final question.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Given the fact that, well, you kind of agreed that I believe that your position was that even if women were to control the organs of power, men would still set the standards. To me, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it because it seems like an inherent contradiction.
Because you got the words wrong. Women.
I'll just lay out my argument and I'll listen to you offline.
I know. Look, I'll repeat it because you got it wrong. Women can reach. They can become all the CEOs in all the Fortune 500 companies, and they can set a standard of living, laws, rules, and guidelines that we all have to follow. They can set it all.
Okay.
But men are the only ones that can enforce it.
What is needed to enforce standards, in your opinion?
Okay, in order to enforce a right, rights are like arbitrary, right? Rights are force. Like rights is, we can agree on something, but in order for you can have a right, it would have to be enforced, or I can just, say, oh yeah, we agreed today, but tomorrow I don't agree to your right. I'm going to kill you. You get what I'm saying? We can have a right.
Yes, that's based. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is rights equals force. And in order for us to have rights, we have to appeal to the gender that can enforce it, that can physically enforce the right. And which gender can physically enforce a right?
Okay.
That would be men.
Yes.
So women can set a standard, but they cannot enforce it themselves. Even as a collective, they can't do it.
Okay. And if men will systematically conditioned into enforcing standards by means of a hierarchy, and women are the top of that hierarchy, would you say that even in that situation, the woman is still in the category of what you had used previously? You had used the word.
It's still a patriarchy, bro.
No, I was saying if women are at the head of the hierarchy, well, which would
be a matriarchy, but they would still have to. The woman would still have to appeal to men to enforce it. So it's still like a patriarchy.
Okay. I understand.
Yeah.
All right, man. All right, cool, man. Nice talking with you.
All right, good talking with you, man. Have a blessed one. All right, let's get some people. And it's funny, he came in here like, oh, I don't think you're going to the root. Then I just killed his whole argument like, no, I'm going right to the root. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name, where you're from.
My name is Jay, and I'm from Dallas.
What's going on, Jay, from Dallas, and what are you here to debate about?
Hey, man, so I just want to say congratulations on what you built. I know you don't need my congratulations, but I think it's really cool.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
Second, though, I don't want to be too nice. I don't want to be too nice because I want to say, you know what I'm saying?
Give me the smoke. What's up?
Well, here's the thing. I think that in today's society, we're way too divided. Do you think that by bringing up these topics and talking in this way, it's going to help us to do anything better for our country as a whole?
Yeah, because it's the truth.
Well, I understand there's aspects of truth within everything.
Okay, so then what did I say that's not the truth?
I don't know.
Okay.
My point is this. It's not about exactly what you're saying. It's about the intent behind it. It's about understanding that we are in a place right now in our country where we're so divided. I've never seen us be this divided.
What's my intent behind it?
I don't know. And I don't want to assume what your intent is. And I think that's where we need to start.
You made an assertion by saying that I don't think that. So if you're making an assertion, you're assuming my intent.
I don't know your intent, my friend. All I know
but
is
your
that we're divided.
insertion, you made an assertion, and your assertion was, I don't think that the things that you say will be bringing us together. It seems like it would be dividing us. And you said that it's not what you say, because I say, if I'm speaking the truth, you said it's not what you say, I think is the intent. So all of this is making an assertion that you assume what my intent is.
This is what my natural reaction is. Now I can't.
Okay. All right.
Well, I ascribe meaning to it consciously, but I say that is my reaction.
It's how you feel.
Yeah. And I can't, of course, how I feel is not the same thing as reality. I don't know what your actual intent is.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that we are divided. And I think that is, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you just froze up for a second. Go ahead. Finish your point.
It's detrimental to our society to be this divided and to allow it to continue with issues that have come up, especially such as race. Whenever we talk about things like, the different, I don't want to get into the different news, the latest media and what's come up in the news about like race and everything. I don't want to get into it.
Okay.
But it's divisive.
And what about my content is divisive?
I don't know, my man. But I know you have a powerful platform.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So, okay, I got it. So, All right. So then you said that when you first came, I'm trying to understand you now. It seems like you're like doubling back a little bit. Not doubling down, but you're like backing up from maybe what you were trying to say. Because maybe I should just let you say it instead of pushing on each point you said, but sometimes it's necessary because what you were saying was nonsensical. So you come in, you give me my props for the podcast. I said, I appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Then you said, well, I can't be too nice because I got some pushback. So you're saying that you got some pushback because you're saying that you got some pushback, and then you say, I think that we're divided right now. And I think that, this type of content is basically causing division. And I don't think I said, well, I'm speaking the truth. You said that, well, yeah, it's not what you say. Truth is your intent. Then I say, well, you're making an assertion. Are you assuming what my intent is? You say, I don't know what your intent is. So now it's like you're speaking in circles now. I thought when you came on, you said you're not going to be nice after that. So I want to hear something that's not nice. Really tell me how about this? Maybe express to me what you think instead of expressing to me what you feel. How about that?
Okay. So what I think is that, I don't want to come off as some type of expert.
No, man. I'm not either. We're just having a discussion.
And I think that is a point to be made within itself. I'm not an expert, neither are you, and neither are many of the other voices that speak on different topics. And that is a very important detail that I think that goes missed in a lot of things that are spoken about. I spent 7 years in the military, and I didn't know just how divided we had become until I got out of the military. I felt disrespected because if I'm going in and I'm trying to serve and I'm trying to protect, what the fuck am I protecting if everybody's so goddamn divided? How does that make sense?
Okay, I understand. Okay, so, that's how you feel about today.
I don't want to speak on. I don't want to say that that's the military's point of view, but I'm saying that that's my point of view.
Okay, all right. What does this have to do with me and my platform? I get what you're saying, but it's debate night. So what I thought you were doing was I thought you were gonna
use the words that are being used in these conversations. They're spoken of as though there's some type of like some type of study, as though it's something that
be specific. Tell me what you've heard.
I'm trying to hone in on it exactly.
Okay, take your time. No worries. Go ahead.
What I've come to learn is that their society is based on certain freedoms, right? Civilization is based on certain freedoms. Professionalism is not. There are some restraints in professionalism, and you need professionalism in order to operate effectively. Each domain in a society has its place. When you talk about these things, these topics, there are second order, third order effects of these things that you talk about.
Okay, real quick. So you're not speaking about anything specifically that maybe you heard that I said. You're speaking like in general. So you said that society operates on freedoms. That's what you said? Did I have that right? What exactly did you say? Something about freedom.
I'm trying to like put words to it. There you have when the military, we used to call it a civilian world. You have civilian world, and then you have, let's say, I would just use military world, but there are other worlds. Like there's a professional world. There's civilian world where you go out, you do your grocery shopping, you do your thing. You can entertain, you can interact, you can engage with people.
How about let me help you out a little bit. Let me help you out a little bit and ask you a question, because I'm giving you grace. I'm not being disingenuous with you. I want to know what you think. Currently, you've been telling me what you feel, but I want to know what you think. And the reason why I know that you're telling me what you feel is because you can't make a good, concise, coherent sentence. It's speaking very like fluffy, and it's not direct, it's indirect. So you felt something for a reason because you said it's my words. And I'm active listening to everything that you're saying. You said something about the words that I'm saying if I'm putting things together, you're saying that the words that I'm using are causing division. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, and I would say
Okay,
that.
so stop it there.
Behind that,
Okay, go ahead. Give me your reason.
So the reason behind that is, I'm sure you're old enough to remember a time to where before internet words became the prevalent form of speech. I think that gap right there, where people start using internet words to describe society, is where things go awry, because
internet words.
You don't. None of us have the. I don't have the knowledge to ascribe meaning to a certain thing that goes on in society, and determine where we should go from there. I can't say, okay, this is called patriarchy, that's called matriarchy. This is what you do in this situation. That's what you do. You don't know that. You don't know that. We don't understand.
All good. Before we continue the conversation, chat, everyone that's tuning in right now, like the podcast, subscribe to the YouTube channel. We are live on Facebook currently too. I'm closing down a Facebook stream now. Everybody on Facebook, come on over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. Come on over to YouTube right now, immediately. I think I understand where he's coming from, and I'm going to help him to speak a little bit more directly so we can know exactly what he disagrees with, specifically what he disagrees with, and then we can go ahead and talk about what he disagrees with what I said and this internet words. So do this for me real quick. Okay, so, and your name is again, man? Sorry.
Just call me Jay.
Jay. All right, Jay. So you're saying that words that I'm using is causing division. And
it's not just you.
It's not just me, it's other things, but let's speak specifically about me. Can you tell me something that I said, maybe was it on the previous conversations today or in other conversations or podcasts that you heard me speak about where I spoke in a way that made you feel that I was causing division?
Yeah. So appreciate that, man. Apologize. I've been drinking a little bit of sake. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, that's why I don't drink. I'm always sharp.
Yeah.
On the court, off the court, in a club, not in a club, in a crib, in a studio, the world, and I'm still sharp. Go ahead, just playing.
Right on. So, yeah, you were mentioning like the power in which men hold, and we enforce, rules, whatever. I'm not.
I knew that was it.
It's not it, bro. It's not it, bro. I had to think of it. I really had to think of it.
Well, that's one of the things of how I spoke about the patriarchy, and I spoke about men enforce these laws, and these men enforce the standard, and women essentially they can't enforce any of their standards without appealing to men. Did that trigger you?
My friend, you are assuming that held any real estate in my mind. I had to really think about one of the things that you had said.
Well, that's what you just went to.
That's what I went to because that's the most recent thing that you were discussing.
Okay, well,
that was sincerity. I'm a truly sincere individual, and that's where that was coming from.
So that's one of them. And is there anything else that I said that made me feel like made you think that I was causing some division?
So the reason I came to this particular podcast and I just hopped on the debate, I'm fairly new here. I just saw you talking about your first video. I saw you talking about, it was like some more, it was about race stuff. And now you're talking about this. And it's not just you, man. It's really not. And it's not just that topic. It's just a matter of, I'm an old school person. I still think of things in terms of how, I started school, and when I was in elementary, 9/11 just happened.
Well, listen, let's speak about a specific topic. It's very simple. If you, as a man, if you have a point of contention or a disagreement with what I said, or like you're saying that the words that you're using are internet words and it's causing division. I just wanted to know exactly what did I say? You pointed to one. You said, well, when I spoke about the patriarchy and women have to appeal to men for their standard, but men don't have to appeal to women for their standard. Do you think that statement causes division? Yes or no?
It can. But that's
okay. And how can it cause division?
It's not just about that, bro. Look, I mean, you're using words all the time. Like you have the feminist, woke, what is it? Alpha male, beta male.
This is to categorize a certain group of people that either share an identity or an identity of a value system, ideals. So it's to categorize people that share certain ideals. That's all it is.
What value system do we need other than to be each other's neighbor, to be each other's, to be a part of the same nation? Why are we using these words? What does that matter?
It has meaning behind it. So good question, though. I can answer that.
Can't you say be all that you can be? And
I can answer that.
Same thing as being an alpha, I guess. Because
I can answer that.
If you be all that you can be, you are being the best. You are being the best version of yourself, and that means
I can answer that for you. So
striving
got
for
it.
Whatever you can.
Got it. I'll give you some understanding. So you said that I think that do we need to speak about a system of values if we should just tell people to be all you can be and be the greatest person that you can be? There's people that we don't have shared values here in America. A lot of people have different values. They have different moral ethics that they think of good and bad. Right? There's people that are pedophilia and they believe that that's a good thing. There's people that's LGBTQ and they believe that they're a man, they're a woman, but they're really a man. Right? So you can say that we can appeal to that and say, well, let just people be free and do as they please and think what they think instead of correcting the right from the wrong and the truth from the lies. Right? I don't agree with that. Well, essentially, that's what you're. Essentially with what you just said, we would have to tolerate and accept someone that is transgender. A male with an XY chromosome believes that he's a woman.
Here's the problem right now.
So look, what I'm saying is, listen real quick, because I let you talk and I wanted to hear you out. So just listen real quick to give you some understanding. We have to be aware of people's different ideologies and value systems. We have to be aware. We would be, operating foolishly if we weren't aware. So when you are aware of how people think and what they tolerate and the things that they value of good and bad and stuff like that, their moral ethics and stuff, we do this naturally anyway. We start putting things into categories. Okay, all of y'all believe in this stuff? That's a category of feminism. They believe in egalitarianism. They believe that men and women are biologically equal. They believe in equal outcome instead of equal opportunity. Well, they probably believe in both, right? So we can say, oh, that's egalitarianism. Where did that stream from? Probably like some socialism, communism types belief, right? Okay, but anyways, so we have these words to define, to put a description on what we observe to be true based off of how people think and the values that they share. This is why I say feminist. This is why I say patriarchy. This is why I say matriarchy. This is why we have these discussions. So, I mean, it's not really a debate right now, man. This is just a conversation to give you some understanding, but I would recommend this for you before I let you go and bring some other people up. I would recommend that. I appreciate the support, one, but I would also recommend that just watch some of my content. You would see that it's not divisive. You would see that I believe that men and women are better together than they are apart. I believe in a nuclear family and stuff like that. So you would see that my values is actually to bring people together. But sometimes in order to bring people together, you have to speak the truth. And depending on the person that is listening to the truth, they may be sensitive and they may not be able to accept the truth. They may get triggered and say, hey, what you're saying, Cooley, is causing division. Well, the only reason why you can think that is causing division is because you were sensitive, you were in your feelings, operating in emotionalism instead of rationalism. So I'll hang it up there, and I want to once again appreciate you for coming on, but I want to get some other people up. Jay, shout out to you. Have a blessed one. All right, chat. Got to just wrap them up like that sometimes because we need to move the podcast along. Been streaming for about 2 hours and I want to get some other people up. But okay, anyone that wants to go ahead and join the stream, go ahead and subscribe. I said subscribe. One, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Click the bell icon and like the podcast. But if you want to go ahead and join debate night, click the link in the description. First link in the description, or click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments and I'll bring you right on up. Y'all like the camera game too. You know I'm nice because I could debate these people and have these conversations and be low-key switching the cameras, chilling like looking over here. I'm over here. Peep the new studio game. We know Fugazee podcast right now. It's only getting bigger and better.
No Fugazee.
Where the super chats, man? Send me some bread. Come on. I'm investing in y'all, giving y'all good content, defeating people, illogical points fast and concisely with pure logic and truth. So support the podcast, man. Send some super chats in. We got Juan Martinez. Shout out to him, man. He done gifted 10 No Fugazee memberships. Shout out to Juan.
No Fugazee.
Juan Martinez, you've been supporting for a while, man. I may have to have a little meet and greet, invite you out, invite a couple of the people that's been supporting for a while. We go ahead and get some dinner or something together because y'all been rocking with the homie for a minute. So it's only right I give back to y'all. But we can say me pushing out this content is also giving back too. We got Stanley sends in $2. Mark was wrong about the NOI. It was by Master Fard. I don't know what you're talking about. Who's Mark? Are you talking about Marquette? I'm not really sure what you're talking about right now. So, I mean, maybe me and Marquette, we do the commission podcast this Wednesday. Send in a super chat then and be more specific and to what you're speaking about. We got NA sends in $10. To our earlier conversation, if men enforce standards by grape, would this not disrupt the tribal setting? The female's male kin would likely protest and it would have been disruptive to tribal cohesion. So once again, that's when we were having that conversation. This is a gentleman that's 19 years old. I wasn't speaking about how things should be, and I was speaking about how things, the nature of things, how things are. Right now, once again, if I'm speaking about how things are, the biology of the male, of what a male is capable of, I'm not speaking about that the men is actually graping like that. Once again, I've never said that grape was prevalent. I would say that, well, without, and not in modern day times, and without the protection of men and how we organize things today, I would have to assume that grape was happening more often than not because there wasn't a system to anytime there's not a system to protect men and women from people that have immoral motives, then grape is going to be prevalent, stealing is going to be prevalent, killing is going to be murder is going to be prevalent. You get what I'm saying? All of the chaos is going to happen if you don't have men that create order. Right? So if we just get down to the nature of it, if we strip everything down, if we take all the societal norms away, if we take all the tribes, if we take everything away, you go all the way down to the root. And we just speak about the biology of a man versus the biology of the woman. It's the man's standard. The man is capable of setting his standard over the woman because the man is physically stronger. That's the truth. That's the statement. Anything else you try to insert in there, that's just an assertion that I didn't say. So to your message, I never said that. But I appreciate the $10 support, man. And once again, since you are still in here watching, just go down to the root. Go all the way to the root, and then you'll see like, well, this is the true nature of how things are. So then in order for you to get to how things should be, you need to understand how things are, truly are. right? And when you know how things truly are, that's the only way you can get to how things, whatever you think it should be. Let's bring up some more people. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name, where you're from. You are live with No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and where you're from.
Hey, bro. Hey, it's Cuddy from Vancouver. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Are you here to debate?
No, I mean, it depends. Usually you and I are on the same page. But I just wanted your thoughts on the Rodney Hinton case. If you heard about that with the father who, I guess, took the justice into his own hands after his son got shot by the Cincinnati police, right? And then within 12 hours, I guess they said that he went and he hit or ran over a sheriff that was patrolling, I guess, traffic for a graduation ceremony. And I just want to know your thoughts on it, or if you guys even touched base on that during this debate night.
Yeah, debate night. We haven't touched on the Rodney Hinton case. I'm gonna be honest, I actually didn't do too much research on it as of yet. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if y'all want me to cover the Rodney Hinton case and give you my perspective on, you know, what went down with that and all that. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to do that. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. I kind of only do how I run my show here. I think you said your name was Cuddy. How I run my show is the things that I react to is not of my own choosing. It's what the members send me. So members or random people that send me stuff on social media, that's what I react to. So I kind of react to the stuff that y'all want to see me react to. So if they want to see me react to the Rodney Hinton case and give my perspective on that, sure, I'll go ahead and dive into it and do a little research and see what's up, and I'll give my perspective on it.
All right, word. Yeah, I was just checking it out.
Okay, man. Well, appreciate this, the support and the call, Cuddy, and have a blessed one, man. Drive safe too, brother. Drive safe. All right, chat. Okay. Let's see where we at. 211. We got almost 300 people in here. Where are the likes at? If y'all slacking on the likes, where the likes at? 150 likes? What? Come on. Let's get the likes up to a minimum of 220. 220 likes a minimum. Let's get the likes up, bro. I'm over here giving y'all some good content. We got some more stuff to react to too that supporters sent us, and we got more debates. It's open debate night, so anyone that wants to come in can come in. I'm the can man. I'm AB today. Anyone can get it. All right, so while we wait for some more people to come into the debate, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break because I've been streaming for over 2 hours. So quick bathroom break for me, and I'll be right back. I'm going to go ahead and grab a bottle of water. All right, we are back. We are back. Ooh, I got some steak waiting for me. Got some good steak waiting for me. My shorty know what's best. Shorty was cooking. All right, let's see. All right, let's get some more clips until we get people to come in. Once again, tonight is debate night. If you want to go ahead and join the stream, go ahead and click the first link in the YouTube description or the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments, and I'll bring you on up for the debate night. We can debate about anything, patriarchy, matriarchy. If you're a feminist, come on in. Don't be scared. You got some sensitive black people you want to come on in and get your worldview obliterated, come on in. Religion, atheists, anything, we're open, man. Anyone can get it. Just come in here with your points and we'll have a debate. If you're a hater, please come in too. I definitely want you to come in because I'm here for all the smoke. All the smoke! All right, let's get to these clips. I think we are at... Oh, we did that one. Okay, no, that was that one that we did. Let's go here. Okay, this is a clip that someone sent. Let's see. We got...
Problem solved. Women like to treat their problems like they're on hoarders. Like, no, I need these. Well, what if we get you new problems? Like, well, I want those too, but I need the old ones. I don't get that, because if someone can solve my problem, let's solve it. Also, if I have a problem and I don't want someone to solve it, I don't tell them. Like, if I have a flat tire, I don't call up my friend and be like, hey man, I got a flat tire. He's like, do you need help with your flat tire? I'm like, no, I don't need help with my flat tire. I just need you to know that I have a flat tire.
Yeah, that's a good one. Good clip, whoever sent that in. A funny comedian. Never even heard of this guy. But yeah, this comedian is pointing out the vast differences of men and women and how we, deal with problems. Like, women, they'll tell you their problems. They don't care about you solving their problems, generally speaking. They just want to be heard. Just the fact that they told you and they got it out, or however they feel, they told you, that's usually good enough, because they're so sensitive. If they can tell you their problem, you could be like, oh, well, you should do this. And they're just like, they'll react all emotional. So that's funny that even comedians is putting in the childish nature and, not even childish, but it's more like a contradictory nature of women. It's funny. And men, we flawed creatures. We ain't perfect either. We got some, funny things about us too that's always on display, but it's funny when comedians do it and, put a little bit of woman nature in there and put that on display. Women don't like their problem solved. That is true. Generally speaking, a lot of their problems be from their own emotions or just little stuff, and you over there trying to solve it. This is why therapy works for women. Therapist is like a women thing. Because therapists, you go there, they just, a shrink, they just let you vent and get it out. And for women, they feel content with that. They feel like they can breathe just by letting it out. They, I'm sure, want the problem solved, but just the fact that they got it out is like great. And that's what therapists is about. You go into their office and they just let you freaking speak without giving you no solutions, the bad ones, and they'll just give you a pill. Oh, you have anxiety. Yeah, now you're on anxiety pills. Like, why are women on the most anxiety and depression medications? Why are they on all of these medications? Because they'll go to a therapist, the therapist will listen to them, and the only way and how the therapist solves their problem is by prescribing them a medication. That's crazy because most of these therapists are women, or if they're males with a woman's mind. They're males that was indoctrinated by the feminist woke propaganda. It's pretty much what happened. So, yeah, man, I think that women find a lot of comfort in just telling their problems without it being solved. Generally speaking, Okay, funny guy there. All right, let's get to another clip. That's not really a clip to like give too much a perspective on, or to start a. My bad, chat. Put in the wrong thing. My bad. Here we go. We're back. Let me make sure the audio's good. Yeah, we're good. Okay. All right. I think see where we at with the chats. All right, no more chats. Any more clips? No one in right now. I don't see any. Oh, we got Yo Boy Lehman here. I guess he want to make some jokes right now. I'll get to you in a second, Yo Boy Lehman, if we ain't got nobody else that's coming up. Because I'm really trying to get people in here to debate. That's the main thing. I'm trying to get some people in here to debate. But I'll give you an update. So this Friday, we got a girl show. Full panel girl show this Friday. I think my recruiters got about 4 to 6 ladies on the show. Try to get y'all some different ladies as well. I know like the last 4 podcasts has been some crazy ratchet Johns on. So we're always trying to recruit a lot of girls, but it's like, our recruiting team will reach out to everyone, all types of, we don't discriminate, but it'd be the ratchet ones that be down to come on. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the ones that have more of like conservative ideals or that's more chill and not crazy, they normally, not so hip to come on a podcast and speak about their thoughts like that because, yeah. But anyways, podcast this Friday. We got the commission podcast. So the dating podcast on Friday. We got the commission podcast from Marquette on Wednesday. We got an interview tomorrow with a gentleman. And then we have debate. I'm debating 2 feminists tomorrow on the Raging Tomatoes podcast, but I'll be streaming it live on my platform too. That will be tomorrow night. So giving y'all a lot of content, man. Then most likely we'll react to some clips, probably like this Thursday or this Friday. I'll give y'all another reaction and debate night like I'm doing today. Okay. You know what? I do have... It was a clip that someone sent me. Let me see. Uno momento, por favor, gracias. For all my Spanish people out there, that means wait 1 second while I bring this up. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold up. Okay. Oh, it makes you sign in. Stupid, dumb thing. Hopefully the audio plays. What? Let me try this. Hold up, chat. I got another clip for y'all. Someone sent me something. Lil Wayne. Something with Lil Wayne. Hold up. Oh, you know what? I think I know where it's at. Okay, why didn't that one come? All right, let's try this again. We do a live chat. Pulling some more stuff up for y'all. All right, here we go. How to log into my account. All right, let's get it. Where we at with it? All right, let's go ahead and share my screen. So this is the Shade Room Instagram. Okay, so for let's refresh this real quick. All right, so it says, woman claims Lil Wayne ended their relationship on Mother's Day. So ended the relationship today, Lil Wayne ended, and alleges physical abuse. Okay, so this chick here, she posts something on her story. It says, breaking up with someone on Mother's Day is diabolical. Prayers up, though. God always pulls me through, walking with faith. You could already tell she hurt. She butt hurt. She like, oh, Lil Wayne broke up with me on Mother's Day? Dang, like, why, Lil Wayne? Why? And then she's on social media claiming that he physically abused her. I always say this, right even before we get into the video, women hate taking L's. They hate taking L's. Chick, why can't you just take the L? He don't want you anymore. Why you got to try to like ruin his reputation and making these accusations on him? Which I already believe that they're false accusations since there's no proof. Let's continue on and play the video.
Okay, so for everyone DMing me about my story I posted, yeah, this is actually a fact. Wayne literally kicked me and my daughter out on Mother's Day today, and
oh, he a G. Lil Wayne is a G. He done kicked Shorty out and her daughter out on Mother's Day. Single mom, he was like, yeah, man, it's Mother's Day. I'm just single. This ain't my kid. I ain't got to deal with this kid. You up out of here, shorty. You are up out of here. Peace, be gone.
I am just recovering from surgery.
He's a villain. And then she said that she's just recovering from surgery. What kind of surgery? Were you getting a BBL or your butt or breast done? What were you up to?
I'm 5 weeks out from a full mommy makeover. I can't even lift boxes. But this man has his assistants and people coming to help kick us out today.
You should be thankful. She just confirmed. He kicked her out of the crib. She just had surgery. She can't lift boxes, but she said that he had his assistant and his people come lift the boxes for me. And you're not thankful? Like, okay, yeah, you broke up with me. I'm a different type of villain. I break up with you and I'm kicking shorty out. I don't care if you on dialysis and attached to some and IVs and all of that. You better get your stuff up out of here now or pay someone else to do it. I ain't getting no assistant or anyone. You up out of here. So this is just an ungrateful woman. Think about it. Even during a breakup when he gives assistance, she's still ungrateful, which would tell us that during the relationship, she was ungrateful. Think about it. If she's ungrateful during a time like this, where he's like, I don't want you anymore, baby. You got to leave my house. I don't think me and you are working out. You need to leave. So it's a troubled time. It's a time where it's like, it's a downtime and during your relationship. It's the end of the relationship. But he's still giving a helping hand. Like, listen, even though we ended, I'm going to make sure my assistants and my people go ahead and take everything of your belongings, take it out. And so you ain't even got to deal with it. So I'm going to pay for that. So she's not grateful of the down moments, which means she wasn't grateful of the up moments, right? Chat, pay attention with me here. In a relationship, you got up moments. You got moments where life is good. You going on trips. You taking vacations. You getting Gucci bags. Life is good. You ain't got to worry about much, baby girl. I'm taking care of you and your little daughter. I could tell you wasn't, I can make the assertion and be confident with this assertion that she was not grateful, with this assumption that she was not grateful when it came to the things that Lil Wayne was doing for her in the relationship, because she's not grateful when it comes to the things that he's still doing for her at the end of the relationship. God dang, chat, let's go.
And broke up with me on Mother's Day through text. And her birthday's next weekend. And I leave.
Look, she's putting all of this other stuff. He broke up with me through text and my birthday and her daughter. This is how you know it was a diabolical situation that Lil Wayne had to go through. Because why is her daughter in the background speaking? And it was my birthday and it was this. So not only was he in a relationship with you, but god dang, he was in a relationship with your disrespectful little daughter speaking out of turn. Because if she's speaking like that with you, it's your phone, woman. That's your daughter, and it's your phone that you're on live or making a video about. And your daughter is interrupting your conversation and putting her 2 cents in during your conversation. So we can only assume that if you are having a conversation with Lil Wayne, your daughter will be butting into that conversation just like she's butting in now while you on your live stream. 2 unruly women. She's an unruly woman and the daughter is an unruly woman. God dang, they for the streets. These are the type of single moms that I tell y'all, recreational use only, because she ain't even got her little kid, her little seed in order on her own little live stream, which would tell you that in that household, that little girl wasn't in order.
To New York this week for all the Sports Illustrated press. When I tell you that I am absolutely unsure on how to even process my emotions, if y'all got lawyer recommendations, please send.
Bro, this right here, Brad, red flag. You not even black. Your name is Denise something. I guess a model called Denise Bigot, something. I guess that's the name. Denise Bidot, something. You're not even black, but you adopted the culture. Yeah, talking all stupid like that. Put your dumb hands down, woman, and stay in your place. You're speaking with your hands like that. And please, someone come up. If someone disagree with my takes today, everybody getting demolished. I see someone, E just came up. E, I see you in here. Camera on, looks good. I'm going to bring you up right after I'm done reacting to this clip. All right, let's continue on.
Send them because, you know, so yeah, I know he has 2 girls being flown in today, and who knows how many plethora of girls he has. I've been nothing but supportive to this man, loved him till the end of the world.
This is how you know she bitter. Oh yeah, I know he has 2 girls flying in today and plenty other girls flying in. Why is she saying all of these things on camera? Like, what is this doing? This is just showing us that you're bitter and you're jealous that he broke up with you and kicked you out of his place, and he's moving on to something better and something other than you. And you're mad. Like, this doesn't diminish Lil Wayne at all, right? He done kicked you out, you and your kid, and got 2 bad chicks flying in. Shout out to him. He out here doing what he's supposed to do. He ain't got no kids with this chick. Hey, listen, man. One thing, don't be moving in with chicks and don't have no kids with no chicks that you ain't finna take serious like that, man. Because it'll be a much different story. It'll be a lot hard to just kick her out, because then that's your kid and then that's your problem. And it'll be a lot hard, man. And listen, in my past, I made some wrong decisions and did some things that da-da-da-da-da. But for now, I'm telling y'all, don't fall in even to my mistakes. Listen, don't date these women that's not going to get on your program. Don't date these women that's going to make up, when something goes wrong and a breakup happens, she's going to go on live and try to ruin your name, right? And this nigga's a A-list celebrity and she's doing this. Like, you're so ungrateful. You was living in a mansion with butlers and chefs and maids. I'm sure you didn't do any laundry. I'm sure you barely cooked food because he had a chef. Like, you was living that life. And now once he removed that life from you that he provided, now you're bitter and you're mad.
But okay, so like, you literally flew me, uprooted me from New York City where I was living and brought me here for this. Like, that's crazy, you guys. Like, these men really be taking advantage. And it's not just the emotional abuse. Like, this man has actually laid a
emotional abuse. Look what she just said. It's not only the emotional abuse, you can't even describe emotional abuse because it's emotions. We don't know your emotions. It's not tangible. It's a you problem. So emotional abuse, that doesn't adhere to anything. You can't measure emotional abuse. How is that measurable? Anyone can claim emotional abuse. Oh, you said no to me. It hurt my emotions. Emotional abuse. Yeah, I said no that we're not traveling to Dubai for the 5th time this year. Well, yeah, my emotions is hurt. Yeah, I said no for not buying you the 9th Gucci bag well, my emotions is hurt. Emotional abuse. Emotional abuse, women use that term when things don't go the way that they want it to go. They claim emotional abuse. When they don't get their way, when females do not get their way, they claim emotional abuse.
And on me, like, nah. And I took it, you know what's crazy is they always say, like, we're so stupid for love.
Well, let's bring it back.
Everyone DM me. I thought it was like a mistake. But, like, I know other women he's put his hands on. And
okay, so she said that he put his hands on her. So she said he emotionally abused me and he put his hands on me. And then she's claiming that she knows other women that he put his hands on. Chat, let's just do some thinking, right? If she knows other women, let's just say everything she's saying is true. Lil Wayne put his hands on her. She also knows that Lil Wayne put his hands on other females prior to her. We can assume that it's prior to her because she's so upset that he has other girls, he's flying other girls in. So we would say that she's maybe under the assumption that when they first was talking, she's like the only girl currently right now in that little relationship. So she knows that he put his hands on other women in the past and she still accepted him. this is where accountability comes in place. Women know to an extent, to some degree, the type of man that they're getting involved with. Now, we're just going to take it out on face value and say that everything that she's saying is true. I don't think that is true. But let's just say that Lil Wayne did put his hands on her and also put his hands on, and I don't think that's right. I don't think that's a good thing to do. I don't think that any man should abuse a woman at all. Physical abuse at all. Emotional abuse, that's up for debate. Well, how do we know that it's really abuse? But she knew that he put his hands on other women, that he hit other women before, but she put a blind eye to it because she was being flown out and living with Lil Wayne, A-list celebrity, living good, not having to cook her own meals, got a kid with her that's being supported and taken care of too, getting all the provisioning of a male that's protecting and providing for her, that's obligated to his duties, but she don't want to be obligated to her duties. Like, the thing is, when you're worth as much money as Lil Wayne, A-list celebrity, bro, what duties are a chick obligated to if they're not going to be bearing your children? If they're not giving you no kids, you're just having sex with her, bro. It's pointless. It's like, well, what? You're not obligated to anything. You don't got to cook, got a chef. You don't have to clean, got a maid. Really, what else what's your obligation? The sex is a chemistry. That's something that's, our relationship. What else are you actually truly obligated to? But I have all of these obligations to provide the chef, have enough money to provide the chef, provide the maid, to pay the bills, to protect and provide for you. But what do I get in return? Just you and your loudmouth daughter that that is insubordinate. Insubordination, man. Insubordination. Okay, let's continue on.
Today, it's okay. We're about to go back to the house that we live in together with my daughter, and we're gonna see what really goes down, because this is absolutely crazy and a new low even for him.
Okay, so she's claiming that she's about to go back to the house, to Lil Wayne's house, I believe, with her daughter. These chicks, bro, they do not know how to take a L, bro. Listen, I don't want you no more. I'm flying in 2 other Johns. I want some other cheeks. I don't want your cheeks no more. Your cheeks is pointless. I'm bored of your cheeks. I want some other cheeks. But she just don't want to take a L. And here it shows that the Shade Room posted. So here's a picture of Lil Wayne and Denise. And this is from December 11th of 2020. So this isn't anything new. This isn't a chick that Lil Wayne just flew in for a quick little fling and was clapping. Nah, he was actually spending some time with this chick. So she was receiving all the benefits of an A-list celebrity, of a rich man. She was living lavish. So yeah, he done took her and her kid, flew her out, and they was living wherever he was living at, in his place. And now, since the relationship ended, Lil Wayne chose to kick her out. I don't want you anymore. And she don't know how to take it now. And she has zero accountability for any of her actions. I wonder why Lil Wayne kicked you out. Probably all the other stuff I stated in the beginning of the podcast, like you're ungrateful, like you have a kid that doesn't even listen to you. So we can assume that she doesn't listen to Lil Wayne. You have this baggage and you don't appreciate the things that you weren't appreciative of, the things that Lil Wayne was doing for you. So he got rid of you and he got someone else. Especially when you're dealing with a high status man like Lil Wayne. Women, you got to be on your P's and Q's. You got to try to give that man a comfortable life and get your little kid or your little daughter in line. Also, you got to be open to some things. If homie want some other chicks to be flown in, if you really like your position and you want to stay comfortable with your position, accept it all. Accept him flying in some other chicks to get some cutty, because if not, don't complain when he gets rid of you. Don't complain. Just take the L. Like, well, I don't want to, and you don't have to accept it, right? You don't have to accept a man wanting multiple women. You don't have to accept that all. But then don't complain when he does. Don't accept it and just move on and leave the house. But don't not accept it and then complain and then actually go back to the house. This chick is delusional and weird. And I remember where it was a few pictures of him posting that chick. I was like, she washed, bro. You Lil Wayne. She like fat, like fat, like she thick to the point where she fat, bro. She not thick to the point where it's like a good thick. She thick to the point where she fat, and it's like, yeah, nah. I'm Lil Wayne. You need to be in a gym, working out, and getting your body fully right. Now, that could be his preference. He could like a little more cushion for the pushing. That could just be his preference. But there's something about a woman that's obese because she don't really love herself like that. And I would say that she's probably hitting on an overweight line, like obesity line. I'm probably sure. And we can say that if you're going to not look at what you eat and care about the internal, then that means that you really don't love yourself. And then how can you really love someone else? So yeah, a man could have a preference of a little bit more cushion for the pushing, but I think men should think a little bit more logically, even though that they have this preference of a little bit more cushion for the pushing, to be like, well, is this woman a good long-term mating choice? Because she has no discipline. And if she's not disciplined, then how can she really love me? How can she really love herself first? And how can she really love me? Because she's unhealthy looking. And if she's unhealthy looking, she's probably unhealthy internal. Cold cuts sinking out the pores, high cholesterol, high blood pressure. Everything was probably high on that chick, but her mentality. All right, let's move it on to the next clip. Well, actually, no, we got a caller in here for a debate. Let's bring him on up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Call me E. I'm actually in Texas right now. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, man. What are you here to debate about?
Well, I was just listening to your podcast, and I had a little bit of some issues with what you were talking about. I do have a question because you started talking about this lady who has this allegation against Lil Wayne, and then you immediately stated that the allegation is probably false. Why did you state that?
Why would I assume that is probably true?
Statistically, the majority of allegations are, when it comes to abuse, are true. I think only like 2 to 8% of all abuse allegations are false. So statistically,
you mean that they get convicted as being false?
No, yeah, about 2%. According to
2% get convicted as being false.
2 to 8%, right? It's
yeah. So I don't agree with that statistic, is because sometimes women go ahead and make a lie on men, and they'll make up a story. And a lot of the claims that a lot of the times when women claim abuse, they'll go ahead and make start a case on it or make a complaint, and then the district attorney or someone would pick it up. They'll say, oh, they'll just leave it there, and then the district attorney would pick it up, and then the man, he would just not fight it. Men, a lot of times it happens in the poor community. Men won't even fight against some of these little claims. They'll be like, oh, you get a misdemeanor. They'll be like, okay, I'll just get the misdemeanor, pay the little fine because I don't want to go to court. That happens a lot. A lot of men go through that, where it'll be called conviction, like they'll be called convicted, but it wouldn't be any truth to it. Meaning that it'll be a situation with a man and a woman. He would not hit her. The woman would make a claim that he did hit her, but it's in some poor community, and they're going in a back and forth relationship, and he loves this woman. So he'll go ahead and be like, oh, well, okay, cool. They'll get back into a relationship, and he'll just be like, oh, I'll go ahead and just say that it's true, so I don't have to fight it, and you don't have to go to court, and you don't have to say that you lied and stuff like that. These things happen. So one, I don't believe that's statistic. There's a lot of statistics that I'm like, okay, I agree with, and it holds some validity. But in regards to that statistic, I do not believe, because the courts are against men, and they'll go ahead and settle so they don't have to go through the whole trial and pay like a little $300 fine or something and have a misdemeanor, and then it comes off their record in a little bit. So yeah, I don't fully believe that. I believe that, and also, here's a statistic that I do believe that is true. So the statistic shows that in regards to domestic violence cases, women initiate the physical abuse more. But
where did that stat from?
I could go ahead and bring it up for you in a second, but let me finish it. Women initiate physical abuse more. So women are the ones that's more aggressive. They initiate the situation. But men just don't file against a woman. Men don't make any complaints against a woman.
The stat I'm talking about comes from the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, if you want to search that up. But let me go ahead, because I'm in front of my computer as well. You said that women initiate abuse.
Women initiate, you can go ahead and bring it up. I'll try to find you the link too.
Yeah, cool.
It could be on right on my, sometimes we have links in the description, but I don't think it's in there because my assistant Steve isn't here. So let me go ahead and try to pull it up for you. But let's just go with what you said. You said that you said statistically, you would assume that it is true because the statistics show it. So in your worldview, if a woman makes a claim, you would believe that the woman is telling the truth because statistics shows that women normally tell the truth?
No, in my worldview, if a woman makes a claim, I would at least investigate it without pressing my opinion whether or not it is true or false, because I do realize there is a 8% on the high end chance that it could be false. But what I would not do is state my opinion and say,
okay, so you said that it's a high chance. So that's a contradiction real quick. You said that it's a high chance that it could be false.
No, I said it's a high chance that it's most likely true. There's an 8%.
Oh, it's a high chance that it could be true. Okay, because you believe in the statistic.
I believe in the statistic, yeah.
Okay, so you believe in a statistic. So with this being said, then in your worldview, if a woman made this claim, like the clip that we just watched, you would believe that you would believe more in the Me Too movement, kind of pretty much, believe women over men.
No, I would take it seriously enough to investigate it.
Is there anything else that you would believe that women say?
Is there anything else that I believe that women say?
Yeah.
I guess it depends on what they're talking about. I don't know what do you mean?
Well, when women say to other women that love your curve, girls, you look beautiful how you are. You believe that?
What is what I'm talking about have to do with that?
Well, the question that I'm asking you is, are there other things that you believe that women say?
I believe that
I gave you an example.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me an example.
I just gave you an example.
Okay. I believe that they say things like that, if that's what you're asking. Are you saying, do I believe it's true?
Yes, I'm just asking. So you believe that when women speak and they make accusations on men in regards to abuse, you said that I believe in most cases it's true. And your reasoning was because of your statistic that men are get convicted of domestic violence more than women, right? So you...
No. That's incorrect.
Okay, go ahead.
I said the stats showcase that in most cases, when a abuse allegation is levied on a man, it is most likely
Same
true.
thing. That's the same thing what I just said. So you believe...
That's not the same thing. You
that's the same thing that I just said.
No, you said the reason why I believe it is because men get convicted more of...
The stats show that it's true.
But the stats show that in most cases, when women accuse men, it is accurate. That is what I'm stating.
Okay,
that's
got
all
it.
the stats
So
say.
now when a woman... So that's perfectly fine. Thank you. Now let's stay there. So you are believing this because your reasoning, because the stat says that it's true. Now, I asked you a question. I said, is there anything else that you believe when women speak that you believe it to be true? My one example was when women say, love your curve, girls, you look fine how you are. When women say this to other women, do you believe that's generally true?
I think it depends on the person they're saying it to. I don't. They say it to everyone, so sometimes I don't.
The stats. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you do. The stats show that. Well, let me give you the stats. The stats show that. Well, let me give you the stats. The stats show that. Most women are obese and overweight in America. Okay. That's what the stats show. So when a woman says that, "Hey, girl, love your curves. You look good how you are." Do you believe these stats in this situation, that they're lying? They don't really love the other girl curves. They're actually lying because those girls are really overweight. That's what the stats show.
Again, I think it depends. I think it depends on the person they're saying it to.
It depends on the person
right?
they're saying it
And
to.
I get,
Oh,
okay.
Okay, so let's stop it there. No, let's stop it there. Let's stop it there. It depends. Let's go ahead and use your argument. It depends on a person that they're saying it to, right? So in one instance, when you're looking at this woman that had a child, a single mom living with Lil Wayne, living a luxurious life, right? In this instance, where he breaks up with her on Mother's Day and then actually provides a comfortable breakup, meaning that she's, just had surgery, so she can't physically move the stuff herself. He actually got his assistant and some of his workers to move the things for her, but she's ungrateful. She's an ungrateful woman. She's displaying her ungratefulness. She's displaying her jealousy by speaking about that he's flying in other women. She's showing and displaying all of these things as wanting to make this video to get him to ruin his character and doing things out of spite. This is what she's showing. Specifically, we're speaking about this woman, right? Now, in this situation, you'll believe a stat over what you've seen in the video. But when it came to the hype, when it came to women praising up other women and saying, "Hey, girl, I love your curves," you're like, "Oh, I don't really want to believe the stat. I have to know the specifics." You said that I have to know the specifics. It can be the truth if she's saying it about one person, but it may not be the truth if she's saying about another person. So what I'm saying is this. You don't need, what I'm saying is this. You can know what's incorrect. I'll let you speak. What's incorrect?
So yeah. Because you said that I have to know the specifics. If you recall what I stated at the beginning is that I would take the accusation serious enough to investigate it. That's what you asked me. Would I believe her because of the stat? And my response to you was, I would take the accusation serious enough to investigate. So in both cases, I am stating I have to know the specifics.
No,
I said I am not going to.
You said that, and then I asked you a question. Would you believe her over Lil Wayne? No. But I asked you a question. Put the context in there of the conversation when you first came in. So, and I'll just ask it again. So she's making this claim. Well, I'm sorry. I asked you, is it true? And you said, well, statistics show that, when women make these claims, it normally shows to be true. So let me ask you this question and give me your direct answer. Do you believe that the things that she's saying is true? Yes or no?
I do not know, but I take it serious enough to investigate.
Okay, that's totally fine. So, okay, great. So you want to take it seriously enough to investigate. And that's what I'm doing when I'm reacting to it. I'm investigating it. And guess what? During my investigation, During my investigation, due to her character and how she displayed herself on that camera with her daughter, speaking about all the things she was speaking about, she was showing her nature and showing her true character. I would say that I do not believe this woman.
You just you have not looked at you have not looked at any evidence or the validity of the case itself.
That's not out. There isn't no case. There's no case, bro. There's no case.
Wait.
Stop it. Just stop it. You are false. There is no case. She just got kicked out today. There's not a case. Stop it.
Wait, again.
Stop it. There isn't a case.
All you've done is made an allegation. Dude, all you do is
I make an assertion. I made an assertion based off of what she said. There's no case. So what are you speaking about?
Wait, based on what? So you said.
So you brought up a stat. Now let's think about how silly your mind is, right? You brought up a stat about cases and stuff that this woman didn't even file a case. Mother's Day is today. And she literally got kicked out today. She literally went on live today and made this video, and the Shade Room posted it. So there is no case. So there's no. Stop it. We're speaking specifically. Don't go to general now. We're speaking specifically. So is there any case? How much research? What other research? Stop it. Listen. Stop it. Let's stop talking. I'm answering your question now. You said that you would do some investigation. What investigation and what research can you do other than what she just put out today, since there isn't a case and it just came out? Answer that question.
Yeah, cool. So she made a couple statements in the video, which I would take a look at. First of all, she said that there have been other people who she has personally known who he had also assaulted. So I would look into that if that was ever true. I would see if there's any cases that were passed, that was filed against him in the past for domestic violence or anything like that, to see if that was even true. Then I would see if like any of those women were even connected to her. Was she even talking to any woman? I would look through like, if I was an investigator, quote unquote, I would look through like social media, see if anybody's posted about him assaulting them as well. Like, these are things that I would do before making any assertion on whether or not he was guilty or innocent or he did it or not.
Okay, so you would do all of that, and which is totally fine. And what that investigation would be outside of the specific situation.
I'm trying to verify whether or not what she said in the video is accurate.
Okay.
Right?
Now, do you think that, okay, totally fine. Do you think that, do you read body language at all? Okay, okay, so you don't think that I did any investigation in the clip. The most investigation is done in the clip. You can read body language. You can see when she contradicts herself. You can see, I reacted to the clip. There's so many parts where she contradicted herself, where she lied, where she displayed character of being jealous and being vindictive and being doing things out of spite.
Where did she contradict herself? Like, what words did she say and then said other words that contradicted that?
Go ahead and watch the clip back. I already went it right through.
You said I don't think she did, based on the clip, and because I was watching it.
Yeah, she contradicted herself.
Because you said.
Do you want me to go ahead and play it back and show you where she contradicted herself?
I want you to tell me.
No, do you want me to go ahead and play it back? We could play the whole clip and review it again, and I could because it's not fresh on my mind. I can go ahead and bring it up and I can point it out. But that's what I stated. I stated in my reaction to it, I stated that she contradicted herself. You know that, right? I don't remember where the contradiction is. It's fresh off. I didn't review it. It's fresh off the top of my mind. I didn't take any notes. You get what I'm saying? So this is all fresh. People send me in clips and I give my quick rebuttal from it. I give my quick reaction to it. So I have no notes on specifically what she said or where the contradiction was. As I was listening, she said one thing out of one side of her mouth, then said another thing. And I pointed it out live on a live show. I said, that's a contradiction. You know, she's lying on this one.
Okay, I want to know. Okay, yeah, you can
got it. So real quick. So okay, totally fine. So you have this worldview of believing all women, or if not believing all women, believing that. Because I don't want to put words in your mouth. You did say specifically that you believe in the statistic, the data out there that shows that most of these claims, these cases that women put out, men are the ones that end up getting convicted of domestic violence. So you pointed out this statistic and you said that, well, I believe in the statistic.
Not what the statistic showcases. That's not what the statistic. Again, I want to be very accurate when we say about what the statistic showcases. It only states that in cases where someone alleges abuse,
80% of them are true.
2 to 8% of it is false. That means that at worst case scenario,
92 is true.
92% is true.
Got it.
Okay,
Cool, great. So that's your statistic. So 92% of women making allegations towards men about physical abuse are true. That's the statistic. According to the stat. And that's the stat that you believe in. So in regards to that stat, when you hear a woman make a complaint and go on social media like her, your reasoning is to say, I have this stat, so it must be some validity into what these women are saying when they're making allegations towards men.
My instinct is I have this stat, so I need to take these allegations
seriously to look at it. Got you.
To look into it.
Got you. Let me get your.
Yeah, go ahead.
I see you just came in here, yo boy lame. Let us finish up this debate and I'll get you in. Let me ask you a question. So if hypothetically, right? Not even hypothetically, in this situation right here, you're saying that you don't believe. Well, you would have to do some more investigation. Let's just say, gun to your head. From what you've observed in the clip, because you didn't do any research. From what you observed in her video, gun to your head, you believe her or not believe her? Which one would you choose?
I don't know. I would say
so. You'll just get shot.
I don't know. Like it is. I'm very objective.
Okay,
about
so
how I state
totally fine. So then that means that you can't make a because there's a lot of information that was displayed right on that video that displayed a lot about her character, and you can't, observe. You can't make a decision based off of what you observed in that clip. You don't have the ability to do that.
I think that jumping to conclusions without having evidence.
No, it's not. It's not a conclusion. It's not a conclusion. It's a guess. It's like you go to. It's like you're going. Make a guess.
Without enough information is just showcasing your ignorance.
It's making a guess. It's making a guess. So
it's showcasing.
Do you gamble? Have you ever gambled before and went to a casino? Have you ever gambled?
I've gone.
Have you ever gambled? Yes or no? So
yes,
it's just a hypothetical. I'm just using this hypothetical to test your logic to get more of how you think out of you, right? That's what I'm using. So just say if you're gambling, right? And you gotta put chips on this or put chips on that. Are you going with what she said is true or false? Just let me know.
I wouldn't gamble on it.
What would you gamble on?
I wouldn't gamble on it. I told you, I remain neutral.
Oh, man.
I remain neutral, dude.
So you wouldn't make any gamble?
I think that this is... I wouldn't gamble on this situation. I wouldn't take...
But you've gambled before, right?
I would not go live.
You wouldn't gamble before.
Wait. I'll tell you what I wouldn't do. I wouldn't go live to over 200 and something people watching this this live stream and telling them that she's probably
lying. Yeah, that's what I said. I said she's probably lying. That's not a definite. That's not a definite. That's not a definite. That's a probably lying based off of her character.
I would definitely not do
that. Got it. Let me ask you a question. Are you in a relationship? Yes or no? You are in a relationship. And how long you been in a relationship for?
A little bit
over a year. Who's the head of your house? Who leads the relationship? You or your woman?
Me. My woman is in the military.
You lead the relationship?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so you make the final decision. You're the final decision maker?
Yeah.
Okay, so no, I just wanted to understand because this is a relationship that we're speaking about, and the dynamic of her character that she's displaying shows that it's a woman that really was never trying to let a man lead the relationship. So if you have a...
Why did you say that? Why did you say that? What makes you believe that? Let's start
okay, there. So did you watch the clip that I reacted to?
I watched. I was in the live stream while you were watching the video. I listened to all you said. You talked about the fact that she wasn't grateful because she had just been dumped and then kicked out.
Was she right? Not? Okay, well, let's just speak about that. Was the woman ungrateful or was she grateful? Was she displaying attitude and characteristics of a woman being grateful or ungrateful?
I don't think she was either grateful or ungrateful, and here's why. I think she was I think her video was made from a state of emotional anguish, which she was probably in after her breakup, right? She's probably distraught because she's just been kicked out of the place that she's been living with.
And if you could, put your face in a light so we can see you. Oh, it was some light before, but it's the way you put your camera down.
Yeah, like kind of, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. All right, yeah, that's good. Yeah, we need to see your face. So, in regards to the question that you just asked, you said that you don't believe that she was grateful or ungrateful. You believe that she was in a state of just dealing with a breakup, so she was very emotional. Well, yeah, we believe that she was emotional for sure. Now, within that, let me ask you the question. If you broke up with your girl and you paid some movers to help move her stuff out, and she's going on live stream and speaking about how you broke up with her and, oh yeah, and he knew this and this, that I couldn't physically move this stuff myself, so he got someone else to move it for me. She's speaking about it like it's a bad thing. Let's say if your girl did this, would you think that your ex-girl now is being ungrateful, or is she being grateful that she can't physically move it herself? So you went ahead and got some movers to physically move her things for her.
Yeah, I think that I want to preface by saying this. I think that if this situation would have happened a few days later, or like a week or 2 weeks later, I would think she would be being ungrateful. The reason why is because in a state where you are highly emotional, you can neither, you're really just reacting based off of the immediate hurt that you're feeling. I don't think that you can then claim that person is being ungrateful when they're still dealing with all the emotions that they're currently dealing with. I don't think you can make that assertion and be like, oh, she's being so ungrateful because she's not thanking me after we just kicked her out on Mother's Day. Like, I don't see that happening.
Is gratefulness a feeling?
Gratefulness. Okay, what would you describe the gratefulness as?
I'm asking you the question.
I do feel
grateful,
like I think that
is grateful a feeling?
I think grateful is partly a feeling, but also partly a reaction towards some sort of action that's being done to you.
Okay, so it's a feeling, and then it can be shown as a reaction.
Yeah, I think it's both.
Gratefulness.
Yeah, I think it's both.
So if it's you're saying that, well, she's in an emotional state. So in one case, you accept her feelings, but then in another case, you don't accept her feelings, which is a contradiction. I'll explain to you. Because you're appealing to feelings. Stop it. Listen. Stop it. You're appealing to her feelings. You said that I can't make the claim that she feels ungrateful or she feels grateful because she currently feels that she's not in a right state of mind because she has these negative feelings because she just got broke up with. So you are appealing to a certain set of feelings, but you won't appeal to another certain set of feelings. So which timeout? Which is very, 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 I would say that is important, because no one knows how anyone feels.
What's
right?
the second
Time out. Listen, the set of feelings is ungrateful or grateful. So no one knows how. Pay attention with me. Walk with me. We're speaking about her feeling grateful or ungrateful in this situation of her being kicked out and Lil Wayne paying someone to move her stuff out for her because she's physically incapable. You get it? Walk with me here. Stay here. Let me finish. She's emotional distress. Yeah. The point that I'm making, you are appealing to her emotional distress. So you are appealing to another category of her feelings instead of appealing to the category of feelings that I'm pointing out to, right? Which saying that she literally just claimed that she physically can't move the stuff out herself, but he paid someone to move the stuff out for her, and she's complaining. This would display point. This is tangible. I mean, it's like an action. She's saying it that she is ungrateful. But instead of you confirming it and saying, yes, she is ungrateful, but you're going to appeal to another subset of emotions and saying, well, she feels emotional distress. So I don't know if she's ungrateful. You do know she's ungrateful. You just don't want to concede to the debate. You lost this area of the debate. You lost. You lost because you contradict yourself.
Wait. No, I didn't. What I stated
you did just contradict yourself. Why are you? So ask me answer this question. Why are you appealing? Answer this question then, because I need to know. I need to know. If not, then it's a contradiction. If you have a good answer, maybe it won't be a contradiction. Why are you appealing to her feeling emotional distress rather than her feeling ungrateful?
Do you know what the definition of emotional distress is?
I asked you a question. Don't ask me a question with another question. I asked you a question. Do not ask me a question with another question. I understand it. Go ahead. I answered it. I understand it. Answer my question.
Cool. If you understand what emotional distress is, then you understand in a state of heightened emotional distress, right? It is hard for you to feel other things, sir. Like this is like you're wait.
If she, that doesn't make any sense. If she does not feel ungrateful, listen. What you just said, it is a contradiction. Stop it. Listen, I'm gonna display how you just said that. When a person is in a state of emotional distress, it's hard for them to feel other things. We are witnessing stop it. Listen, we are witnessing with our own two eyes and listening. So we're seeing and we're hearing with two senses that she is saying things that is ungrateful, and she's speaking and complaining about things in an ungrateful way. So if she's saying it and speaking it, we would have to concede that she's feeling ungrateful. What are you speaking about? If you are in an emotional state and you're going through emotional distress, you're feeling everything, you dumb nut. What are you talking about? No. You are just appealing to one category of emotions instead of appealing to the category that we all see.
That's incorrect. This is why I asked you if you understand what emotional distress is, because it dulls and blocks your ability to feel other things. In a state of emotional distress, it literally dulls and blocks your ability to feel
How
other
do you
things,
know?
Sir.
Let me ask you the question. How do you know that she doesn't? How do you know that she's under emotional distress?
Wait, didn't you wait? I have a question. Are you now backing up? Are you claiming that she wasn't extremely emotional?
No. Let's go. No, listen. It's very fine. Stop it. Right? We don't. No, listen.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't have to grant any presupposition, just like you're not granting any presupposition.
You granted it.
No. I did a reaction video and I said that, well, she could be under some emotional distress. I don't have to grant anything. So listen, let's peel back all the layers. Stop it there, buddy.
Okay, go ahead.
Then let me ask you the question, because it's very simple. It's emotional distress that she feels, or it's, let me ask you this question though. If a person is under emotional distress, can they feel anything else other than emotional distress?
Emotional distress represents its way. It represents itself in a hope and like different feelings itself. Like for example, a person can be angry and still under emotional distress, right? But the emotional distress is just being absorbed by a specific emotion that's just portraying itself due to a situation that occurred. So it might be sadness that you feel during a state of emotional distress. It might be anger that you feel in a state of emotional distress. But
different emotions, right?
But you're so
you just defeated your own point, you doofus. So let me ask you another question. You just defeated your whole point. So here's another question for you. How do you know that she's... No. How do you know? You just defeated your point. Just stop. My next question is, how do you know that she feels emotional distress? How do you know that? The question... Let me do it better. How do you know that she feels emotional distress rather than feeling ungratefulness? How do you know that?
How do I know she's feeling emotional distress rather than
feeling ungratefulness? Because you don't agree that she feels ungrateful. But then 2 seconds ago, you disagree that when someone is under emotional distress, they can feel all different types of emotions. You defeated your own argument, bro. What are you talking about?
That's not what I said. Okay, I'm going to make this very, very clear for you.
But first answer that question, though. First answer that question. How do you know that she was feeling emotional distress and not feeling ungratefulness? How do you know that?
All right, so I want to preface this by stating my exact answer when you asked me whether or not she was grateful or ungrateful. I said I can neither say whether she's grateful or ungrateful because she's probably in a state of emotional distress. That was my answer I gave you earlier, correct? Was that not my answer I gave you earlier?
2 seconds ago, 15 seconds ago, you just said, stop it. 15 seconds ago, you just said emotional distress is when someone is under an emotional state, but they can feel all type of different emotions.
That's not what
they can feel anger. You didn't just say that? Do I have to play it back?
Let me restate it, okay? Let me tell you what I stated, okay? Because you cut me off mid-sentence. I said
no, I didn't cut you off mid-sentence. I'll let you finish it.
You did. No, you did not. No, you did not.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish it. Go ahead and get it all out. Go ahead.
I stated that emotional distress, right, is a heightened state that is a consequence of some sort of event. Now, emotional distress can represent itself in either sadness, anger, or a slew of other emotions, but it's typically one or two emotions, sir, that overwhelm you to where it blocks you out from being able to feel other types of emotions. So emotional distress isn't just is a state, but it's a state based off of other emotions. But it's typically just one or two or a couple of them that you feel that blocks you from feeling other things.
I know.
Okay,
and my
ahead.
next question was, how do you know that she was feeling emotional distress? Answer that.
How do I know that she was feeling emotional distress?
Yeah, how do you know? Rather than her feeling, just ungrateful.
Yeah, cool. So my statement on whether or not she was feeling emotional distress.
Bro, answer the question. Why do you keep running from it?
I'm trying to. No, I'm not. I said one, it was due to her body language within the video itself, right? And two, it was due to her reaction.
What about her body language?
Yeah, cool.
What about her body language?
Because she looked distraught, bro. Are you joking? Do you not feel like she looked distraught in that video? Like I can't believe this is happening.
She was speaking very clear. She was speaking very concise. She was not crying. She was not doing a lot of things. So what I'm saying is the reason why I appealed. Stop it. The reason why I said that she's ungrateful. I do believe she was probably feeling a multitude of things, but I do know that she is ungrateful. She's ungrateful, right? And one of the reasons why I pointed to her being ungrateful is because she is incapable of physically moving things for herself. She's physically incapable of doing it. Lil Wayne paid people to do it for her, and instead of thanking him, she complained about it, which would say that she's ungrateful. What are you speaking about?
Instead of thanking him for kicking her out of the house, she complained about him kicking her out of the house?
She's mad. She could have easily said, stop it. You're all over the place, bro. Listen, she could have easily said this. Stop it. Listen, stop it. What? She could have, you never been in a situation where you took an L, but you then was thankful of something. You take an L, it's just like, well, I just took this L, but I'm thankful for that, them still doing this. But even though this didn't go my way, but I'm still thankful that they helped me out in this situation. That would have been, if she would have did that, that would have displayed good character. I would have been like, okay, well, this is showing character where even though she took an L and things isn't going her way, she's still thankful that she's physically incapable of moving this stuff out of Lil Wayne's house, that he paid movers to go ahead and do it for her, and she's actually saying thank you. This would display that she's grateful. She did the opposite of gratefulness and she complained about it, which would display that she's ungrateful. You lost, bro. You are lost. You are lost. Truthfully, I don't believe that you lead your relationship. I don't believe that you lead your relationship.
Wait, look, I'm gonna pose a hypothetical.
Listen, I don't believe that you lead your relationship, bro. Because you are too in this feelings and whatever the woman feels, it's.
And I want to know whether or not you will be grateful, okay? Let me just pose this hypothetical to you, okay?
Let's first answer my question. Don't move the goalposts. Answer my question. Stop it. Answer my question, though. Listen, you've never answered. I had two questions. You answered one of them. You didn't answer the other one. The question is, let me state it again. How do you know? You talking about you explained emotional distress. That's what you explained. And you explained it. And you said that, well, people are in an emotional state where they'll feel one or two emotions, but these emotions supersedes any other emotions. That's what you said. For me to sum it up. Now, my question for you, how do you know that she feels emotional distress?
How do I know she feels emotional distress? Well, it would be the same way that like a psychologist knows that a person feels emotional distress. You can't read into their minds, but you look at their body language, right? You look at how they're acting and presenting themselves. And
you still said the same thing. You said body language. What was in her body language that explained that she was in emotional distress? When she was speaking clear, she was speaking concise, she wasn't crying. What was in her body language?
Wait, I tried to answer that question.
Okay, tell me.
Earlier, I said she looked. Yeah, I'll explain.
I'm gonna bring up the clip right now. Let's see. Stop it. Just stop it. I'm gonna bring it up.
You know what the definition of distraught means?
Stop it, brother. Stop it. You're just talking just to talk. Huh?
I'm not.
What'd you say?
I'm asking you to define distraught.
You're just talking just to talk.
Distraught. It's a very simple question.
Yeah, you're just talking just to talk. Listen, stop it. I'm playing a video so the chat can hear. Tell me where in her body language that you can read this.
Okay, so for everyone DMing me about my story I posted, yeah, this is actually a fact. Wayne literally kicked me and my daughter out on Mother's Day today, and I am just recovering from surgery. I am 5 weeks out from a full mommy makeover. I can't even lift boxes, but this man has his assistants and people coming to help.
What? Okay, so just in that clip, I could play more, but point out some in her body language where you emotional distraught, where she's, has one or two emotions supersedes all of these emotions, and she can't feel any other emotions. Explain to me.
Okay, so one of the things that can make you look at, so I'll explain. Right?
Explain.
So one of the things that can let you know, cool. One of the things that can let you know if someone is actually feeling distraught.
No. You're speaking specifically about this woman.
I'm trying to explain. I'm
just tell us.
I know.
No,
I'm trying to.
Bro, just tell us. Just tell us. You froze, man.
Yeah, cool. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, cool. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you good. Connection is good on my end, but it was your end.
All right, cool.
You keep freezing up.
So yeah, so one of the things that you look for. Okay, cool. One of the things
tell me what you look for in her.
No, I'm
tell me what you look for in her.
It's not. Yeah, I'm trying to explain it to you.
No. You are telling me.
I'm trying to explain this to you.
So okay, numbness. Do you see numbness in her? Okay, that's what I want to know. What do you see? Go ahead.
Yeah, cool.
Give me specifically what you see. The floor is yours. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
2 seconds. All right, cool. So numbness has to do with someone's monotone, right? A person feels very monotone when they're speaking about an incident, right? That should be emotionally charging, and they feel that's an indication, sir, of numbness, which is an indication, sir, of emotional distress. Do you understand?
Okay, so let's see if she speaks like this in all of her other videos. I'm gonna pull her up.
We're just looking at.
No. Because you don't even know what to stop it. No, stop it. She's not monotone at all. This is how she speaks.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull it up. Hold up. Don't go anywhere. Because we're gonna do it live for you, brother.
Are you gonna pull up?
We're gonna do it live for you. We're gonna do it live, and we're gonna discuss all of your arguments. No, we got this video. I can play the full video.
Yeah, you're gonna pull up one video. You're gonna pull up like 3 or 4 videos. I want to understand, so we're clear, so we get a full picture of like.
I'm gonna go to her Instagram, bro. I'm gonna go to her Instagram. Relax. Yeah. Click on this thing right here. Go to RG.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for everyone DMing me.
All right, so that was then. So let's go prior to this, because anything after this, I guess you could probably say something. Oh, this is not her page. Let me go to her page. This is just a hashtag. 1 second. All right, got her page up. Hold up, and let me go ahead and share the screen. And put it right here. All right, so this is her Instagram, and we're just gonna go to video. All right, that's her chilling. We want to hear her speaking though. Oh, this could be a speaking video.
I feel like I've been locked up tight.
Darn it, I'm probably gonna get freaking demonetized because it's all these songs in here. We'll get a copyright strike. Let me see where it's I'm gonna stop sharing so we don't gotta listen to this music real quick. So hold up. I'm gonna look at it in the back. I just want to get to one her. Okay, perfect. So I got one. Just found one right here. So let me go ahead and share it again. This is her speaking. I don't hear any music, and I didn't watch it. We're gonna watch it together. I just heard her speaking real quick. through my headphones. Okay. All right. And can you see it? Chat. Okay. Let me make it bigger. And let's go right here.
Come with me to spend the day with Armani Beauty and celebrate their luminous silk collection. Trying some Armani this morning. Colors on colors, and I am living for it, dude. So tell me again all about this.
Okay, so the same tone that she's speaking in this video, the same tone that she's speaking in this video, I'm gonna go and play the other video. Chat, he was just wrong. Listen, you claim to be an emotional guru. I know emotions and I can figure out that she's being monotone. She has the same tone in the other video. Chat, is looking bad.
This is why you
time out. You got to be muted for a second. Chat, it's looking so bad for homie. It's looking real bad for homie. I'm going to play another video. I'll play another one. I'll give you grace, and I'll play another video for you. I got you. But I got to, let me take you off mute, though. Hold up, because you was talking while I'm talking. I got to go in the back and make sure there's no music. So that's the same tone. Do you agree that it's not the same tone? Okay, so let's see if it's not the same tone.
You can hear pitch inflections. You can hear pitch inflections on certain words that she said. Which is true. This is what I'm talking about. Like, you got to listen. Okay, you know what?
Think about this, bro. Think about what you just said. This chick is promoting some type of product right now, which you would think the tone would be, oh, well, yeah, I have this product and that. You would think that would be the tone, but she's still speaking in the same tone, like, yeah, ladies, I have this and I'm doing this, which would say that it's the same tone. So let's just listen to it more. We're going to listen to the tone more because you want to be a tone police. That's what you think you're good at. Let's see if you're right. And then we're going to go back to the old video and we're going to compare it. Stay silent.
I did a blush look on your RGD during Paris Fashion Week, and it was high and nasty, kind of like what I just...
Let's go back. We can't even hear.
Come with me to spend the day with Armani Beauty and celebrate their luminous silk collection. Trying some Armani this morning.
Okay, that's enough. That's pretty much all we need to hear. All right, now let's go to the video that's in question. Let me stop sharing so I could go to it. 1 second. Okay. Share my screen again. Chat, we do it live. He's making claim. We're going to see how accurate he is. Let's see how accurate you are, man. All right, here's the video that's in question. Let's see if it's actually a different tone, like a real different tone. Her promoting a product or her under this emotional distress that you claim to be, she's numb.
Okay, so for everyone DMing me about my story I posted, yeah, this is actually a fact. Wayne literally kicked me and my daughter out on Mother's Day today.
You called it being monotone and being numb? She's promoting a product. Wouldn't you say that that's the same tone? And she's promoting a product. If you're promoting a product, you will be a lot more excited and happy about it. No, she's the same way. Like I said, there's nothing about her body language of her being numb. Bro, you're just wrong. Bro, you're just wrong.
Wait.
Take the L. Listen, bro, take the L.
She says, join me at Armani Build Beauty. Go ahead.
Hold up. I got to close this. You got to take the L, man. Take the L, bro.
Whatever, man.
Take the L, man. It's okay. It's okay, bro. You think that she does. You think that you don't know if she's actually ungrateful or not grateful. You think that she's under emotional distress. You can't see that she was very ungrateful. So how can you? It's funny how you can make up these lies that you sense some monotone in her voice and some emotional distress when really what we just displayed, let's play the clip further of her actually saying in her own 2 words and displaying that she's ungrateful. Let's listen to more. Right there. Complaining about it. I can't even lift boxes and I can't even do anything because I just had my surgery. And this man had his assistant and some people lift these boxes for me and move me out. That's her complaining about it. That's her displaying her ungratefulness. Debate over because you are a dork and have low IQ. You appeal to, this is how I know. Well, the reason why I asked you the question, do you lead your relationship? Because nigga, I know that you do not. Your chick is in the military. You allowed your chick to go to the military instead of you serving our country? What type of man are you? What type of man are you? You freaking dork. You out of here. Speaking of losers like you, bruh. This nigga, we got to get him up out of here, chat. Lost the debate bad. And the thing is, you get these type of characters, these male feminists in here. They put on this type of, they want to be like a white knight, to put on this like superhero cape to protect women, protect all women. Well, Cooley, how can you say, why would you say that she probably is lying? Well, how can you say that she's probably not lying? He took no stance on anything. The reason why he didn't take a stance on anything, because that's what females do. Females like to play the middleman. This is how I know he's feminine and his woman runs the relationship, because his woman went to the military. Why didn't you go to the military to serve our country? Would you let your woman go to the military to serve our country? What type of man are you? Imagine being a man and your chick is out there putting her life on the line to defend the country. Now I'm taking it to the extent she could be in some branch in the military where she's just like a chef or something like that. I don't want to give her too much, but she's still in the military. You got to give her some kudos for out there serving the country. She's serving the country. This nigga is on live stream debating with Cooley about other women's emotions. Homie is a loser and lost the debate bad. This is, if you learn anything, emotions is a you problem. Like, the reason why I didn't get into I didn't say that, I didn't like hone in on her being emotionally distraught and stuff like that, being emotionally distressed and all of this type of stuff, because it's like, I don't really know how she feels in that instance, but I do know that she could feel that way. But I do know that from how she's speaking and what she said, that she's ungrateful, which y'all all witnessed too. He wanted to say that, well, I don't know if she's grateful or not ungrateful, but I do know that she's under emotional distraught. I do know this. Well, how do you really know that and then he makes the claim that of her body language. We pull up the clip. He says, well, she's speaking real numb right now and she's speaking monotone. Okay, you really think that? You know someone's emotions? Let's pull up another video live on a podcast. Pull up another video. The chick is talking the same while she's promoting a product. She's promoting a business or a product and she's speaking the same way. This nigga is a dork, bro. Dork. Doofus head. But anyways, we do it live and we bring people up to, to obliterate their worldviews. That's what we do. All right, let me go ahead into, before I bring up some other callers. All right, before I bring up some other callers, do we have any other callers? Okay, yeah, we do got one other caller. Let's bring him on up. Welcome to the podcast. What name, where you from?
What's up, man? I'm Q. I'm from Sacramento, California.
What's going on, Q? What you here to debate about, man?
I wasn't here I ain't here to debate. I was trying to really get in on bro. Bro was coming crazy wicked, bro, just now.
Oh, he's still in here. You want some smoke with him? I already watched him, but if you want some smoke with him, I'll bring him back up.
For sure. I want to ask him a few questions about, let me see what he's talking about.
We can, listen, yeah. Homie called in just to get I'm not about ganging up on people, so since he's still backstage, I'll actually bring him on up, and you can go ahead and speak to him and get at him with anything you disagree with. But before you do, speak for me real quick, because your audio is a little distorted.
Yo, my name's Quentin from California, 32 years old.
Okay, yeah, so your audio is distorted. What are you speaking on? Are you on a laptop or your phone?
Yeah, laptop.
Can you like lift your... Yeah, get a headset or something, because
All right, I'm gonna get back in, and when I jump back in, I should be set. I appreciate you, bro.
And he's still backstage. I'll bring him back up when you come back in. Oh man, that's funny. But yeah, man, you get characters like this, bro, where it's like they come in to critique you because the debate was about me critiquing, not even critiquing, me giving my opinion and my perspective on Denise's accusations about Lil Wayne that she just gave today, that she just got broken up with today and all of this stuff. Then you get an individual that will come on another man's stream and critique him. But he never really had any type of argument on where he stood. He played the middle position, tried to play the safe zone, right? And the easy tactic when someone plays the safe zone, you give them a hypothetical and you say gun to your head, either or, like which one you going to choose? Like, don't come in here and be disingenuous. Come in here and have a genuine conversation because I know that you truly have an opinion and a perspective, but you want to play the middleman to try to throw shade, like indirect shade, to try to discredit someone else's perspective where you actually truly don't have a perspective. A perspective of playing the middle? That's not a perspective. Like if you don't stand on something, you'll fall for anything. So it's flimsy. It's flimsy, brother. It's flimsy. So I'll bring him back up once the other guy comes back in and we'll see what happens with that. But until we do so, let's see if we got any super chats and we'll get to it. Okay, we got Judge Minute sends in $2. Hinton, Shiloh, Tyree, and Carmelo all in one debate. Okay. I'm not sure what you're asking or what you're stating. I'm not sure what you're asking or stating. But let me see here. Who else we got that came in? We got another brother that came in. Let's bring him up, see what he's talking about real quick. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name, where you from?
Yeah, what's good? Y'all can hear me?
I can hear you good. What you here to debate about?
What up, what up? This is Jay from New York.
Okay, Jay from New York. And what are you here to debate about?
I got a question for you though.
What are you here to debate about?
I was watching you cook this man.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
But why do you think it's okay to call people out of their name when you don't disagree with them?
Oh, it's called entertainment. Yes, you gotta
That's
be.
Cool? You think you need to do that to entertain us?
No. So you asked the question. You said, "Why do I call people out of their name?" So one, I do believe that he's stupid.
Why you think it's okay? Why you think it's okay?
I do believe the call, if someone is displaying stupidity, I think that it's okay to call it like it is.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily think that he was displaying stupidity. I think that both of you guys disagree on the topic, and that's fine. We can do that.
What do you agree on the topic about?
No, I definitely don't agree with what he was talking about. He was putting his cape on. He was putting his cape on. He really didn't have anything to back it up. So
okay.
I do want to ask you a question about.
Okay, so
though.
Well, you asked me one question. Let's stay here real quick. So you asked the question, and you said that why do I think that it's okay to call people out of their name when I have them on for debate? My first answer was
when y'all disagree.
It wasn't just a disagreement. It was the fact that he was being disingenuous. So it's okay to disagree. I have many people on here that I debate with that I disagree. They're not being disingenuous. Like, you know what disingenuous is? Disingenuous is when you know the truth, but you're not really going to concede. He know that I caught him and he contradicted himself, but he didn't want to concede. That's why I'm like, okay, you're a clown and you're stupid.
Yeah, he was definitely dodging the question, and he wasn't able to really answer the question. My thing is, that's cool, right? That's
okay,
cool.
so
you guys
real
are gonna
quick,
disagree.
Okay, got it. Real quick,
it's
now
cool for you to call him out his name like that.
Got it. So that's what I want to get on. So this podcast is called No Fugazee Podcast, right? Part of the podcast is me being No Fugazee, right? Me being No Fugazee on who I am.
All right.
I'm this type of nigga. I would say this in person and over stream. So it's like you're kind of getting coolie. You're just getting me.
Well, I mean, the thing about that is, not everybody's gonna take that the same way, because obviously, if you say that
some people
to
don't.
somebody in person, the person might get offended or might want to, get.
And I'm ready to squabble.
So.
Yeah, it's totally okay. I've done it. I've done debates with men in person before, and it was much worse. I called them feminine. I called men feminine into their face, and they ain't do not a thing. So it went much worse. But
the reason I bring it up is
what was
because
your
I
next
think
question,
that as a society, we kind of forgot to agree to disagree, right? Like somewhere on the lines, we forgot to agree to disagree, and then when
I
we
agree
don't
with
agree,
that.
we resort to name calling and all that shit, which I think is counterproductive. It's really it's counterproductive to the whole thing that we're trying to do is bring a debate. You feel me?
Well, so I would say this. I would say that, one, I don't think it's counterproductive because, one, this podcast is a debate, so we're speaking about things logical and intellectual. We're trying to have like an intellectual conversation. But within this, I find it funny. Let me just point out a difference between things. Are you black, foundational black? What's your ethnicity? Are you Hispanic? What are you?
I'm Dominican.
You're Dominican?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm black.
Yeah.
I identify as black.
Yeah. So I find it funny when I go to Raging Tomatoes debates, when I debate the people that Andrew Wilson debated and all of these white debating platforms, they go ahead and make ad hominems, make jokes, come at people all the time, but no one gets sensitive to the point where another calling is calling in like, oh man, like why this is counterproductive. Why can't we just, play along to get along? Now there's my answer to your question. I understand that, but the answer to your question was it is entertainment as well. Right. And then the other answer to the question, this is truly Cooley. This is truly me. On virtual stream or in person. If someone was being disingenuous in person, I would give them the same energy and be like, you stupid. What are you talking about? You're lying. You know you're lying. You contradicted yourself. I would say I would speak to them the same way I'm speaking to them on camera. In person, you can just go to my debates. I've done it before. So I do understand your point of view, though. I'll give you some grace. I understand your point of view of where you're saying that on the one end, it can be counterproductive because why can't we just stick with the arguments and just debate the points instead of...
I think a lot of people deviate from the actual argument, right? Because especially when they don't have like nothing to say.
I only appealed to calling him names after he contradicted himself. After the debate was over, bro. After he made him... after he made it look like a fool, I was like, nigga, you dumb.
Yeah. No. I mean, I was just saying because I see a lot of people, they get on this debates, they get on this panel, and they have a discussion, but then at the end of the day, it becomes more about name calling, and we deviate from the actual.
I don't do that though. I don't go in here and so put it like this: the things that I'm going to say to someone on live stream, I would say in front of their face, but I wouldn't say anything differently than I did. I wouldn't call him that guy that was on here. I wouldn't call him any other different names that I didn't call him already on live stream. I would bring him back up to call him another name. Like say if I wanted to call him a simp, oh, this nigga a simp, he right back stream, I'll bring him right back up. Nigga, you a simp, and get him up out of here again and then start talking to you. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not disingenuous. I'm being fully no Fugazee. And the thing is, he was just in here, but he just went out. If you are watching, come back in because it's another guy that wanted to debate you. He has some stuff that he wanted to say to you. So he's back in here now. So the guy that I debated about Lil Wayne's chick, Denise, ex, come back in now so I could bring this other guy up to debate you. And I'll be silent. I'll just let you and him speak. But go ahead. Anything else you want to say?
What I'm here for, because I actually came here to ask you something about, I don't know if you've seen this. The chat is over there eating me up, talking about I'm from upstate New York and from Syracuse. Yeah, funny. But anyways, so you know who Melissa Ford is?
Yeah.
So she tweeted, right? I don't know if you saw it. She tweeted, she said, I saw someone call me a feminist. And then she said, feminism is the reason y'all can ask a chick to go 50-50 on the Cheesecake Factory. What you think about that, my brother?
Okay, she said feminism. Feminist is the reason you can ask a chick to go 50-50. Yeah, well, the reason you can ask a chick to go 50-50, but it's the same reason why the chick will deny that date. It's the same reason why the chick wouldn't give you any punani. So yeah, these guys that adhere to the feminist way of thinking and the feminist ideals, they would adhere to that, but they would receive the consequences because most women will reject feminine. Most women reject male feminists.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, most women reject them.
My thing is, I don't think in reality, I don't think any man wants to go 50-50. I think it's more of a situation if a man can't afford, to pay off the bills, or if we not. I think if man was given the option, right, I think he'll get a second job, right? Keep his woman in the house so she can, take care of the house while he's out there busting his ass. I think that the men that are asking to go 50-50 are just out of necessity. You feel me? Like, it's not just because, oh no, give me your half, give me your half, bitch. No, I think it's just out of necessity. But I also think that a lot of women, because they have this mindset of, nah, I don't want to stay in the house. I want to work. I want to get my money. I think a lot of women put a block to that because, if the man and the woman is doing the same thing, you know what I'm saying, then they're going to start feeling like, nah, I can, I have the same power as you. You can't tell me what to do because I'll go to work and I do this. And
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, so I just thought that tweet from her was funny because me personally, honestly, I wouldn't. If I could, I'm taking care of 100% of the bills. You know what I'm saying? And if I can, I'm gonna get a second or I'm gonna get a third job to make sure that I do that. And I think that most men would agree with that. But I just don't think that men are going around asking 50-50 just cause like, oh, nah,
Yeah, in today's day and age, a lot of the men, they're not asking 50-50. 50-50 is what they can afford. So like you said, it's out of like, they don't really have a choice. And a woman doesn't have a choice if she chooses that man.
There's some dudes out here really going 50-50, Cooley. Don't
and then I do believe that there's true male feminists that. So this is one clip I was watching. I was on whatever podcast, and he was debating Jim Bob, I think that's his name, Jim Bob, something like. He was debating some guy, some male feminist was debating this conservative guy that has different similar views to Andrew Wilson, and he said that. He asked him a question, well, would you want your woman to, actually, I'll go ahead and pull it up. It was mad funny. Cool. I got it for the chat.
Yo, the chat is funny. Hey, yo, y'all funny, man. Y'all really cooking me up in the chat.
They cooking you right now, bro?
Nah, they cooking me up for real, bro.
The chat is undefeated, man. They gonna cook everybody up in here, bro. The chat is
from
truly...
Syracuse. Somebody said I wear socks with Crocs. Yeah, y'all bugging out. That's some real Dominican shit though, for real. Oh, my fault.
Yeah, you good. The chat is truly undefeated. Okay, yeah, I don't even see it in here. Yeah, I can't find that clip. But anyways, man, you know what? Good conversation, man. I'm gonna go ahead and get some more callers up here. But have a blessed one, man. Peace.
You too, brother. Be easy.
Be easy. All right. We got World Unboxings and $5. I don't know you or your channel. I literally just scrolled by. Here's $5. Hang up on the tone police you have on right now. Everyone will like it. Dang, y'all really didn't like that dude. Yo, that's hilarious. And I didn't hang up on him because he was making these claims. And the claims that he was making, he was trying to discredit the things that I was saying, which we've all witnessed. Because the thing is, once I reacted to that clip, he came on like 2 minutes after I reacted to that clip. So it was fresh. And everyone see her literally display ungratefulness and show that she was ungrateful. He comes on and his first claim is, well, why would you say that? She's probably lying. But then he doesn't make any stance. I don't think that she's lying or not lying. I need to do more research. Then he appeals to the research that, the research that I would do is outside of this video. It just happened today. What research are you going to do? I will research at the things that she said in the video. Okay, I agree. Maybe you would research some of that stuff. Then he appeals to the emotional argument. Well, I don't believe that she is ungrateful. How can you say that? You're making these assumptions and these assertions. I don't think that she was ungrateful. I believe that she was experiencing emotional distress and all of these other things. Then he goes ahead and explain it. I'm like, well, how do you know these things when you don't know no one knows her emotions. It's a you problem. The only thing that we can go by is the things that she displays that's tangible. And the things that she displayed that's tangible is her being ungrateful. But he says that, I don't think that she was ungrateful. But you're an emotional expert? Nigga was a loser, bro. He was just a liar. He was a liar. He was disingenuous, bro. You get these male feminists that come on, they're just disingenuous. Disingenuous. Then the reason why I asked them, and people are probably like, well, Cooley, his relationship has nothing to do with the debate. Well, yeah, in a debate, there's forms of having a debating discussion. You can you can have a debate on what is said, and you can have a debate on why it's said, right? So what is said, we tackled those points. Now, why are you saying this? Are you in a relationship with the woman? He discloses that he is, and his woman is in the military. Then I asked him right after that, who leads the relationship? He said he had the nerve to say that he leads his relationship. Meanwhile, she's in the military. No, my nigga, she's getting smashed by her drill sergeant. Railed. Them chicks that go to the military is whores. The most promiscuous women are nurses, women in the medical field, and women in the military. Those are the most promiscuous chicks, bro. And the crazy thing is like, he don't understand this. Like, bro, homie out here living in delusion land. His chick cheeks are getting clapped as we speak. As we speak. All right, we got Word Unboxed. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let's bring you on up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Turn on your camera for me.
I can't, only because I have a small pup who is very rambunctious and she's all over my face. So that's all that's going to be going on in the camera if I do. So I'm sorry.
Okay, just for because we're live on YouTube. Mm-hmm. It's okay if your pup is in the camera, but we need to turn it on to make sure like you're not underage or like some weird stuff is going on because you're a woman too. And
I am.
I ain't trying to get got. So can you please just turn on? I don't care what I see. I just need to see a face, dog, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Okay, hold on a second.
Cool.
Hold on. I don't know if it helps. So my channel is attached to me. Like you can't see my face. Does that help? I mean,
it doesn't help because we're live streaming right now. So like,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll tell you what. Let me get a brighter light on here too. Give me like 2 seconds.
Okay.
I'll pop back in on you.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and put you backstage and then pop right back in. I got you. Cool. All right, chat. Yeah, and once again, cameras has to be on, and even for males too. She's a female, so I really got to turn your camera on. I'm not sure what's going on. I know you sent in a super chat. I appreciate the support. Nothing against you, but this is just one of the rules here at No Fugazee for debate night. Since you didn't fill out any application to come on a podcast, it's all random. I don't know these people that's coming on for security purposes and me to protect myself and my channel. Cameras has to be on. And you got to show your face. Like even when I was debating a guy and it was dark, I couldn't see him. I said, come into the light because we need to see your face during the debate too. And it's better for the audience. Like they want to see the facial expressions of the person you're speaking to. They want to see the person that's speaking as well. So that's all it is. It's for some good, it's for decorum. All right, let's bring up Yo Boy Lame since he's on. What's going on, Yo Boy Lame? How you like those debates, man? What you think about that character that was just on here?
Oh, Mr. Gapatello?
Capitello.
Yeah, well, he was delusional. He didn't really have any logical stance on this debate. He sounded like a feminine soy boy who lacked testosterone. I could tell he grew up from a single mother who's bitter, who's been played by multiple guys. That's my take. But
that's a good assumption there. That's an accurate assumption based off of what he displayed and what he said.
Very much.
That's an accurate assumption.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I just came by to show some support, man, and
Appreciate you, man.
I really think you should join Fresh and Fit, bro. I'm telling you, you're gonna love the stream, bro. Like, cause they go on Castle Club too. When they go to Castle Club, you can say whatever you want to say.
Hey, I have nothing against Fresh and Fit. I've always said on the stream, on even my dating shows, like, shout out to Fresh and Fit. They were the first channel to. There's been channels before them that brung on a panel of women and men and talk dating and relationships, but they were the first ones to do it on a consistent basis, but also speak like the truth, like be honest with the girls. Myron and Fresh, they doing their thing. Even though they're demonetized, they're still making enough money because they got a crazy fan base, and shout out to their fan base. No hate over here at all. I've attempted, I had the stream with Marquette, that he even confirmed that, because someone sent in a super chat, yo, have you attempted to connect Cooley and Myron? Marquette made the attempt, but it just fell through. So I'm not sure on their end, but on my end, I'm open to it. And it just has to be on their end. But you got to think about it. They've had people on and been burned many times, meaning that they had some people on that then went against them or went behind their back. So I can see how they're very cautious, because I run the same type of platform where you bring some people on and then they acting like chicks afterwards, or like, you get what I'm saying? Like you lend an opportunity to someone and then they go ahead and then they go against you. So I understand that how they can be, cautious, and I respect it and understand it. But at the end of the day, if it never happens, they'll continue to do their thing and I'll continue to do my thing. And if it does happen, then you guys will get that content.
Well,
so it is what it is.
Well, what I could say is that because I always support you and I support them too. So what I could do is just, put on like when they get on live again, I'll put on a super chat like, hey, you should invite Cooley and No Fugazee podcast. He's one of the members of Justice League. He's one of us. That's what
yeah, man. Say. Yo, listen. If y'all really want it, if Yo Boy Lame, if you want it, if people in the chat really want it, one of the ways to get things that you want, money speaks, and you supporting their podcast and saying hey and requesting it. I'm sure that'll happen, because even if it was on my end, let's just reverse it. Let me put myself in their shoes. Big platform, had a lot of people that went behind my back and did things and said things that even though I lent the hand out to them, I'm going to be cautious. My guard is going to be up. But then if there's people that support my podcast that want someone on and they're asking for it, I'll be more prone to say, hey, let me go ahead and reach out and get these people on, because the audience is requesting it. You know what I'm saying? So even if maybe I don't fully agree with someone, or if maybe we may have some different views, or maybe I'm just cautious, if my supporters are asking for it, I'll go ahead and see if I can make it happen. So yeah, for sure. I think that that's one way of getting what you want. So if you want it, Yo Boy Lame, the supporters want No Fugazi X Fresh and Fit, go ahead and ask them for it and support the channel, what they got going on, and maybe they'll do it.
Man, you got a new studio, bro.
You like it, right?
Your hat, man. Your hat looked like you work for a security guard. I'm just trying to make sure you're doing your job, man.
Listen, I am not a Cowboys fan. I am not a
security guard.
Security, I know. I just want to let the chat know too. I do not watch sports. I don't watch basketball. I don't watch football. The only sport I do watch is boxing and some UFC every now and then. Yeah. But I watch boxing. That's what I do watch on a regular. But when it comes to like me getting a hat, it's all black. And I was like, kind of like it, the all black. So I'm like, let me get it.
You look like you look like you're about to go on a mission, infiltrate the Section 8. And, I don't know. You look like random thoughts.
Yo, Boy Lame. Are you trying to come with jokes right now, bro? Do I have to roast you?
Just a little bit.
Do I have to? I already demolished you the last time. All the times you come on, but I mean, I can demolish you right now too. Yo, Boy Lame. You know the school cafeteria cheese?
Yeah.
You know that, right? That's what you look like. Turn your light on. You the same color of the school cafeteria cheese. Make it brighter so niggas can see how light skinned you are. You like that high yellow. You like that Steph Curry type of light, nigga. Why is you in here talking when your cheeks display the cafeteria cheese?
Right. Nigga, your eyes move independently like a fucking chameleon. Like, that's you. Like, you know, when you see a chameleon, their eyes move independently. That's you, bro. Yeah, you look like the queen from the. Have you ever seen Starship Troopers?
I like Starship Troopers. Yes, I have.
You seen that queen that like they got a straw coming out from the mountain and poke your skull and suck your brain out? That's what
the
you
queen.
look like.
The queen bug.
Yeah, that's what you with your big eye and
See, listen, yo boy Lame, you lived in another country for too long. Let me help you out with your joke. Yeah, because you said it all wrong. If you wanted it to hit harder, you say, Cooley, your eyes so big, nigga, you look like the thing with the crazy eyes that's on Starship Troopers. You look like you can see through niggas at the same time. Matter of fact, Cooley, I don't know if you looking at me or you seeing through me. That's how you make jokes, yo boy Lane. Then I would have been like, the chat would have been laughing. Everybody would have been laughing.
Your eyes can see through my intention. You can read my intention with your eyes.
It don't work no more because I helped you out, yo boy Lane. The way you formulate your jokes is big trash. You gotta formulate them better.
I have a different style. I don't like this stereotypical, ghetto jokes. I like to have my own style, even though it's corny or not. Because I watch a lot of comedians too, and I get a lot of their idea. When you said shoot from the hip, I like to do precision shots. I like to think about my jokes first before I present it. You know what I mean?
Okay, I feel you. I respect it, yo boy Liam. I respect.
That's the thing. It's just like you got good jokes. Like I said, like it's just I like to snipe.
The thing is, yo boy Liam, I murdered myself for you. When you come in here, we want to have a good roast session. I need you to like murder me so then I can really come at you and really attack your headline. I could really attack your headline that, bruh, listen, the barber make one false move, you might as well let it all go.
Oh, yeah.
The barber, nigga, if your headline looked like the barber was suffering from the thing that Ali was suffering from, when the nigga just shaking a lot. That's what your barber looked like. See, when you have jokes like that, people can visualize Muhammad Ali shaking, doing your haircut, and they'll like laugh a little bit. But your jokes, the way you formulate it, it's like they can't envision it.
Well, how about this? You look like a dark spirit looking for a body right now. You're not a dark spirit.
Somebody got to get me the cricket noise. I think I got a noise. Chat, what noise is that? What noise is that? I don't know what noise that is. I got some buttons here. What noise is that? I don't know. Anyways, yo, boy, Lame, good conversation. I appreciate the support. It's all love.
Right now.
What?
No, did he look like
Yo. World Unbox sent in $2. She said, man looks like the Nigerian prince from my emails.
Yes, I need to get you an email.
Hey, yo. She done killed you.
I don't know.
She done killed you, yo, boy, Lane.
Have you seen Roast Me? You got to watch All Deaf. It's a YouTube channel called All Deaf. Oh. And it's called All Deaf and then put Roast Me.
They do roast?
Yeah, that's how I got my technique from them. That's why
Then they trashed in. But listen.
Watch them. It's not trash.
I'm going to write it down. Hold up. You said it's what?
All Deaf. ALLDEF. And then Roast Me. All Deaf Roast Me. That's...
All right, I'm gonna look him up because if they good, I'm gonna invite him on my platform to have a roast session. But yo,
yeah.
Go ahead.
The host is Patrick Cloud. Patrick Cloud, his name.
Fair enough.
Like Erykah Badu, between Erykah Badu and Divinity.
Fair enough. I'll go ahead and keep doing some reactions and bring some more people up. But yo, Bolim, I appreciate the support, man. You know it's love over here. Have a blessed one, man. Peace.
Wait 1 second. I just want to say this.
What?
Judge me not look like if she touch her pussy and dip it on a fish tank, it'll be she's committing a genocide.
Who?
Judge me not.
Let me see, bro. Is this good?
Yeah, they're good. I promise you. Like you gotta.
Let me see
They
what
have
she
like
look like.
season 1 through season 5. They're pretty good, bro.
Oh, judge me. You saying that? We don't know if it's a girl. You got to remember,
Oh, judge me not.
people.
Like, she has a girl picture. I don't know.
Yeah,
Ask her
people
if it's
be
a girl.
having pictures of nigga. People be think about Scam Chan. He black, but his picture is of a white man.
You got a point.
This is
You
judge
got a
me
point.
not. It's a picture of a chick, but it could be a dude. You know what I'm saying? We don't know. We don't know. But yeah, I'll let you go, bro. I want to bring some more people up.
Homeless chat in there. We got homeless chat.
Have a blessed one, yo boy. Lane peace. This nigga funny. Listen, man, this is a cool stream, man. No Fugazee podcast. You bring people up. You can have a roast session. If you want to come in here and roast me, I'll go ahead and roast you. Cameron need to be on though. It's only fair. But yeah. All right. It was the one chick. She was supposed to come in here. Let me see. Word Unboxed. Are you coming back? I know you just sent in another super chat. I appreciate your support, but you're welcome on the platform. If you have any discussions, any questions or anything, go ahead and click that link. I'll bring you on up. So yeah, come back in, and we can have a discussion. I'm only gonna stream for a little bit more. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm sitting on some good food that I need to eat right now because I didn't eat dinner. Actually, you know what? I only ate breakfast, chat. I only ate breakfast. And it'd be like that sometimes. When you're busy, you only eat one meal. So after this stream, I got to go ahead and eat some good dinner. I'm probably not 205 right now. I'm probably like 202. Who knows? When you tall and a natural skinny guy like me, bro, if I go 2 days in a row and I miss meals, and I'm working out, I could drop 5 pounds easily. I could drop like 8 pounds easily, bro. I literally have to be so disciplined and dedicated for me to be at the 200 pound. Like for me to I could get to like 225, but I don't want to get there because I could take like some creatine and some proteins and stuff, but it's all natural. I don't take anything and I work out 4 to 5 days a week. So, but if I could get real big if I really wanted to, but I'm 35. It's no point. I'm already a big dude anyway. So it's like, what's the point of getting big just to look more intimidating? Don't nobody mess with me anyway. So I want to look more intimidating. Pointless. Already look intimidating when you see me in person. And I'm already strong. All right, I can get bigger to lift heavier, but it's like in a fight, as long as you benching 225 and you got hands, you be all right. You be all right. And I got long reach, you be all right. Anyways, yeah, I don't think I'm reacting to anything else. I'll give it like maybe another minute here to see if Word Unbox is going to come in. If not, we'll go ahead and end the stream. We'll go ahead and end it. But get the likes up, man. We got 219 likes. Before you go, I want you to get the likes up, so do this for me. All right, and let me just once again restate the updates and what you guys can expect from me here at No Fugazee Podcast. We are doing an interview tomorrow. I believe it's going to be around 6 p.m. Then we have a debate tomorrow with 2 feminists on the Raging Tomatoes podcast. She's hosting it. She's moderating the debate, but I will be going live on my podcast. So tune in tomorrow at around like 9 p.m. Usually that's when it is, but I'll let you guys know. I'll put something on YouTube and on Instagram to you guys to know when I'm actually doing that debate. So stay tuned to that. So we got an interview tomorrow. I'm interviewing someone, and then we have a debate, which is it's like a formal debate. I'll have like an opening and everything like that. Then we got the Commission podcast with myself and Marquette on Wednesday. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Homie be in other countries flying around, so we doing it at 5 p.m. Then we have a girl show this Friday. So a dating and relationship podcast with 4 to 6 women on Friday. I still have, this is a brand new studio, and y'all gonna like it too, because I have, I'm gonna have a third camera here to get, other angles, but it's big. It's bigger than the other studio, and I still have the other studio. So I still got the other studio. So I'll be back in my other studio doing the dating and relationship podcast on Friday. Then I'll be back in this studio where I'm doing, debates like today, and I'm reacting to content. Then I actually I have another studio that we're working on that when I bring on like special guests, you'll see a different type of background. But this studio and the other studio are mine. The third studio is a studio of one of my friends that I work with, and he's gonna let me use it anytime I needed to use it. It's just, let's say, it's when I want to bring on like an A-list celebrity, I'll use that studio because it's like totally big and it's just right. We could do so much more stuff with it. But yeah, that's the updates for right now. So that's what you can expect for this week on No Fugazee podcast. Monday, interview and debate. And then Wednesday, the commission. Friday, dating and relationship. And then Sunday, we doing this again. So open debate and also reacting to content. Other than that, man, this podcast is No Fugazee. I appreciate everyone that's been supporting. We got a super chat from Yo Boy Liam. He said, W Cooley, man. W No Fugazee, the GOAT. I appreciate that, Yo Boy Liam. I appreciate the support. But yeah, everyone that's tuning in, before you go, like the podcast, subscribe to the YouTube channel, click that bell icon so you're notified of when I go live next. Peace. We out.
No Fugazee. Fugazee.